What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentation of their women.
All right. What is it? Sunday night? Yikes. Sunday night already. Hope everybody had a good weekend, but it's the Sunday night Radio Baloney Live. I'm your host, Richie Baloney. Hope everybody had a good weekend. Good to see Rosie's already out there. Izzy, how you guys doing in the chat? Well, look at that. Izzy was fast. Early bird gets the worm. Izzy got the first like of the stream. And that means double good karma for Izzy. Double good karma. Now, you can still get the good karma yourself by liking right now. It's just a single dose, but really a single dose is more like a double dose of normal karma, really. So the first one, it's really more like quadruple a normal amount of karma. Anyway, you just get good karma. In these troubled times, you can't afford to turn your nose up at that. Also, subscribing is extremely important, so you should do that immediately for obvious reasons. All right. Alrighty. How you doing, Rosie? How you doing, Izzy? All right. So I hope everybody had a nice weekend. It's all good. I was sorry to see the Montreal fans booing the American national anthem at the Four Nations Cup, the hockey. It's Montreal. It's French Canada. You know, it's there's a lot of Anglos there too, but you know, it's Quebec. I don't know. What else can I say, really? You know, not very cool, but what are you gonna do? And they were booing Austin and Matthews a lot too, but that's because he's a Leaf. That's why they particularly don't like him. Montreal, Toronto rivalry. Anyway, you know, it's just forget about it. Just forget about it. It didn't mean anything. All right. So what are we going to talk about tonight? Well, we'll first off take a look at what's this? Oh, hold on. I need to move this over. Hold on. So Canadian coyotes use TikTok to sell human smuggling services to would-be border crossers. Oh, dear. So we'll take a look at this. This is what, Trump was talking about and the Trump administration was talking about. The problem. Pierre Poilievre did a speech. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Pierre Poilievre did a speech on Flag Day over the weekend, and I don't know, there was lots of fire in it. It was good. We'll go through that. What do we got here? Apparently, just call yourself a refugee, and it doesn't matter what you've done. If you've cut people's heads off, whatever, just call yourself a refugee, and you're in Canada. That's it. You're in. You're in like Flynn. But not Flynn. You're in like, I don't know, Muhammad, I guess. Freeland this is just pathetic. So here's the latest thing she's put out. We were wondering where we've seen this movie before. So it's Pierre Poilievre coming out for his speech on the weekend. And then on the bottom, it's Trump did his speech, and they both did speeches on stages with flags. And they both even walked onto the stage. Freeland's getting desperate. This is pathetic. Why is she going against Pierre anyway? I mean, he's not a problem right now. Her problem is Mark Carney right now. He's the one who's hogging all the attention from the CBC. The CBC has decided they like Carney over her. That's who she should be targeting. Why go after Pierre? That doesn't make any sense to me. All right, Mark Carney, we're going to talk about. So Mark Carney has informed us, because now, did I mention that Mark Carney was an elitist globalist by any chance? I think I may have mentioned that at some point. Here he does us a favor and just tells us himself that, yes, in fact, he is an elitist globalist. So we shall take a look at that. I'm not sure how well this is going to go over. I've got to be honest. My prediction was the more Canadians got to know this guy, because when he announced, it was something like 15% of Canadians could actually name him from a picture. If they were shown a picture of him, they would know who it was. The more they get to know him, the less they're going to like him. This is my prediction. I think it's all coming true. Let's see. DOGE, we got some DOGE. Funding for racist baby training is canceled because you got to cut. Those racist babies are the worst, right? They're the worst ones. I think Hitler was like 7 months when he took over Germany. Let's see. We've got... oh, yeah. Okay. So we've got just some weird stuff here. The media is just trying so hard to, I don't know, marginalize themselves, I guess, by saying incredibly stupid things. We'll take a look at that. We've got some USAID stuff here as well. Michael Schellenberger, where he's talking about how deep state forces were using USAID to basically foment a revolution, not necessarily a revolution, but treasonous activities, essentially. Yeah, kind of like a coup, let's say. I need more rant juice. Normally this stuff just flies off my tongue. Rant juice incoming. Oh yeah, rant juice. Here's the last tab. We're going to go over a bunch of stuff. As you can see, I'll just give you a quick peek here. Lots of interesting stuff. We'll go over that. Probably not a huge long stream tonight. We are now 4 hours. Oh, dear me. That's a lot. Must be jelly because jam don't shake. I think it's just fat. I do have the button on the soundboard available right now. Should we just do it? Let's just do it. Never get sick of that. I don't know. Just because. There's no real reason. Just because. All right. Let's get to the chat quickly and then we'll get going. So we're now, I think, 4 hours away from this channel qualifying for the brand spanking new partner program they've got going at Rumble. It's different from before. The channel's already monetized and everything, but it's a new thing, a new like profit sharing for Rumble Premium. Got to do 30 hours in a week. We do, I think, well over 30 hours, not 30 hours a week, 30 hours a month. I think we do well over, probably do like 40 or 50 a month normally streaming. Not going to be a problem, but I'm very excited to just hit that 30 hours so that I can press apply or whatever and then get in this program because I don't know, maybe it'll be good. All right, what's going on in the chat? Let's get to the chat quickly. And then we'll get started with the stories. What do you guys think? Should we do it? Should we just go ahead and do it? I think we just go ahead and do it. Who cares? Let's just do it. We got Jamis Eves in the chat. Good to see ya. We got JJ in the chat. Good to see ya. All right. Jamis got first like on YouTube. So that's double good karma on YouTube. That's a good place to go. That's a sneaky way to do it. Also, too, on a heart on X also counts for double good karma. Just telling you. Obviously, locals as well. So right now we're streaming on Rumble, YouTube, X, and locals. So we have all of these choices. It's wonderful. Let's see. Rosie says, doing fine. Too much wind last night. Too cold today. And Trump was the pace car at Daytona. It's raining outside. It's a cozy stream tonight. It's a cozy stream with my comfy, warm slippers on, house slippers on, and a nice hot cup of ranch juice. So let's call it the cozy stream. I ain't going out in that. Staying here where it's cozy, where I can stream. Let's see. Dramus says it is not Quebec. It is commie like they did in Ottawa at Senator game earlier. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I saw that as well. Yeah, I don't like it. It's just stupid, really. It's really just dumb. You know, how many of those players play on Canadian teams anyway? Like, I don't know. Not a fan. It's just stupid. If people want to be mad, they should be mad at our own government for putting us in this situation in the first place, as well as a trillion other things. Well, Nevada says he hit the like button so hard, he thinks he broke it. He thinks that he broke it. Wow. I mean, I would say be careful. Hey, be careful. But I like it. That was the thing. Let's see. Uncle Dude says, shake it like a Polaroid picture. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. That's from that Outcast song, right? That Outcast song. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Was that it? Remember, that was very popular when it came out. Very popular indeed. All right. Wada says, nice headlights. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? All right. All right. What are we going to talk about? Canadian coyotes use TikTok to sell human smuggling services to would-be border crossers, according to a report. So I guess this is what Trump was talking about, this sort of thing. The smugglers primarily target Indian nationals and have been operating on TikTok for nearly a year. So this has been going on for a year. Human smuggling, coyotes from Canada have been using TikTok to advertise illegal crossings into the U.S. through the northern border, offering services for as much as $5,000, according to a report by the New York Post. They probably were getting some money from Global Affairs Canada on the Canadian side and USAID on the other side. The smugglers primarily target foreign nationals from India who have been operating on TikTok for nearly a year. Although their accounts are frequently removed, new ones continue to pop up to replace the deleted accounts. According to the Post, the illegal immigration ads typically feature a U.S. flag over a wooded northern border, accompanied by Indian music, and encourage users to direct message them for details. Let's say phrases such as payment after reach and 100% safe. One post advertised a crossing fee of $4,000, cheapest on the market. Let's see. The New York Post was able to get in contact with one smuggler who quoted a price of $4,500 per person to cross into upstate New York from Montreal. When you ready to go, send me your ID, the smuggler said. I hope they didn't do that. Hope they didn't send their ID. The trip reportedly begins in Montreal, Brampton, or Surrey, and ends in upstate New York or Washington state. The route to New York includes a 2-hour car ride followed by a 25-minute walk through the woods. Migrants are then provided with a map to guide them past official checkpoints, with up to 5 people crossing at a time. See, the Canadian government, and I think the U.S. government, the Biden administration, was not, obviously neither was concerned about this. I'm certain the Canadian government has no idea how many people have crossed either way, by the way, either way, cross the border illegally. I can almost guarantee you that. In fact, how would they know? That's the thing. How would they have any idea? They're not paying attention, don't care. I mean, it appears that Canada doesn't even know who's coming in. I mean, they get here by air, they fly in, but apparently even the government they have no idea how many people are in Canada illegally, by the way. At the end of 2025, it could be, this 5 million temporary visas coming up. They expect 80% of them to overstay the visa. So that's a concern. I kind of get what Trump was getting at with the whole border thing, right? Having the largest stash of fentanyl ever discovered anywhere, the biggest fentanyl lab anywhere in the world ever in Canada. This is all kind of important stuff that now finally Canada is actually having to take somewhat seriously. I actually don't believe the Trudeau government is actually doing anything that will be useful. I know they're saying the right things to their counterparts in the States, but you have to understand they don't actually do. They're good at creating bureaucracies or enlarging bureaucracies and creating like regulations and red tape and taxing and printing money. That's pretty much it. They're not very good at actually doing anything. Like in terms of, hey, we need to secure the border. They're not going to be able to do that. What they will be able to do is hire a giant bureaucracy that does nothing. I don't know. Maybe just stop letting so many damn people into Canada and we wouldn't have this problem, perhaps. Anyway, all right, let's move on. What are you guys saying, first of all? Well, not much, apparently. All right, then. Well, I guess we'll just keep going. Let's see. From J Gen Xer. Open Sesame, what's Canada's magic phrase that even if you're a terrorist, you'll be let in? Okay, so let's take a look here. So this relates directly to what we were just talking about, that last story.
This might actually be the best article I've read in 2025. Watch this. Our Canadian CBSA officers are putting the blame on Trudeau, and the Liberals are trying to backtrack the damage that's already been done. Give me a minute, it's going to blow your mind. CBSA officers have said that they've been essentially handcuffed for making decisions that keep Canadians safe. You want to know why and how all that trash enters? Don't blame us, the officers. Blame this open border government that has tied our hands with whom we can detain and why. Blame the fact that all those criminals are in the country on garbage asylum claims. Once they say the magic word refugee, they're released. The officer said that frontline workers are being forced to consider every single alternative to detention. If Osama bin Laden was detained and has family in Canada, he would be released on a bond to his family. Classifying CBSA as the friend you don't want is unfair to all of us frontline officers who work every day with refusing and detaining, but once they leave the port of entry, they are released into the public. Unreal. He said adding a refugee claimant with criminal charges will be released for 2 to 3 years before their claim is heard. And this part is mind-blowing. These 3 people from Chile, they recently were busted for a ton of break-ins in Ontario. They slipped into the country using someone else's passport, but now the machines used by the CBSA, they won't let them in. They catch them. They also said they're trying to automate everything, so more of this garbage will be coming in as they expand the PIK machines, primary inspection kiosks. It resulted in a visa application program where everyone got the green light, even blank pages. It didn't matter if there was nothing on them. This is why we have 1 million Indian students. 90% of these would never be approved if they were reviewed by a visa officer. Even when officers suspected that someone is on a visitor's visa, had no intention of leaving, refusal was not an option. Unless they had criminal charges they admitted to, it was hands off. Let them all in. We would be getting 100 refugee claimants a day, and 90% were coming in on student visas with zero intention to study, and many not speaking a word of English. It's been frustrating for the last few years. The Liberals are backtracking, but the damage has been done. It'll take years for Canada to catch up and remove these people. Unbelievable. And there you have it. Our CBSA officers, just like our fellow police officers today, they've all been handcuffed from doing their damn job. All thanks to the Liberal Party. And you think Mark Carney is going to fix this? This is a deeply rooted issue in the beliefs of the Liberal that cannot and will never change. When will Canadians wake up? Remember, if you vote for a Liberal and illegal immigrants commit a crime, they break into your home, or you're wondering why your kids or grandkids can't get a job, it's because you voted for it.
So that was official Mario Zelaya. So I want to check that out. And yeah, I mean, the intention, it was just like with Biden, right? Biden didn't fail at the border. He succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. The goal was to just jam as many people. Doesn't matter who they are, what they're going to do, just get them in. Same with Trudeau. Even if it wasn't for, totally dysfunctional bureaucracy, it was too many people for even a competent bureaucracy to deal with. Like, competent leadership to deal with. It's just too many people. I think that's on purpose, because obviously with Trudeau, it was jam as many people in as fast as possible while we still can. That was the goal. Right. And then he came out and he had his little sit down video to talk to Canadians, say, well, I guess mistakes were made and maybe it was happening too fast, but it's really like companies, businesses' fault and stuff. And as if he never had the power to stop it in the first place or wasn't causing it in the first place. So, yeah, I mean, the concerns around the border are real and they're legitimate. And it's something that needed to be dealt with. They have no idea how many of the millions of people that have flooded into Canada over the last 4 years. They have no idea how many of them have headed south, if they have criminal records, because it wasn't getting checked. All these people, the temporary workers, the students, were supposed to be getting criminal background checks. They weren't, because they couldn't. It was too many. Even if there'd been a sincere effort to find out, it just would have been impossible anyway, because the system was just flooded, because it was so many people. And again, I think by design. All right. Yeah, if you vote liberal at this point, if you vote for Mark Carney, I'm reading his book. He's a globalist. He loves mass immigration, all of the things that Canadians don't like about the Trudeau government. Carney was behind. He's been Trudeau's advisor since at least 2020. I think probably well before then, at least in some capacity. Trudeau's Canada looks like Carney's book. This is the thing. Every Canadian should have to be forced to read at least the beginning of Mark Carney's book. Canada right now looks like it is Carney's vision. That's what it is. Canada right now is Carney's vision. That's how you know that Carney has been the principal economic advisor for Trudeau all this time. Because the Canada of today looks like the Canada in Carney's book. Except in Carney's book, everything ends up happy, rainbows and unicorns. It's just that doesn't actually happen. Just like, socialism and communism, they sound so great. And they just don't really work, though. The reality ends up being looking different. But if you look at the policies, this is Mark Carney's vision. The Trudeau government is Mark Carney's vision realized. And they don't care, because to them Canada is just a sandbox to test out their social engineering theories on. And it makes you kind of angry, actually, when you see it. Let's see, what do we got here? A delusional anti-conservative protester told a Jamaican man to go home, Yankee, Yankee, go home, outside of Pierre Poilievre's Canada First rally. I saw this in a comment in one of the videos. Leftists, they love this myth that there's an inverse relationship between intelligence and being conservative. Is there really? Well, tell us. Let's let this guy prove it to us here.
Go home, Yankee, Yankee, go home.
I'm from Jamaica.
Go home, Yankee, Yankee, go.
I'm from Jamaica. Let's continue to watch this genius with the sign.
Is he calling you a Yankee?
I'm from Jamaica.
I don't understand.
Who's American? Is the Yankee American?
I believe so.
Guys, you think they can run the country? Come on. Go, Yankee, Yankee, go.
Are you calling the people American, sir? I'm trying to follow the insult.
America.
They're geniuses. That's the thing. It makes me sad how much more intelligent and sophisticated the modern leftist is than the modern conservative. I mean, we all could only dream of being as intelligent and sophisticated and politically sophisticated as this man, calling the Jamaican man Yankee, Yankee, and telling him to go home because he's conservative. Well done. Well done. Boy, it's embarrassing. Is it not? It's embarrassing. All right. Well, let's see. That's one of their, they love that little weird little myth, right? And they'll say leftist, but really what they say is typically is liberal. And there's a real question here, right, about that. For one thing, let's say a bunch of left-wing academics got together and decided to do a study to prove that they're more intelligent than everybody else. Interesting. Okay, but a lot of these studies were, well, I think these studies started, I remember hearing about this first, I think in the 80s, started decades ago, back when liberals were free speech advocates, which they are not now. They don't like free speech anymore, right? When the liberals were anti-war, which they are not anymore. Now they are warmongers. Ask them about whatever conflict in the world right now. They're all for it. So what does that say? They need to keep their story straight. I guess that's my point. All right. Let's see, Nevada. What book? It's called Value, and then in brackets with an S, Value. So it's this, it's as if nobody's ever thought of this before. Yet there's a difference between, the value of something. What does a hamburger cost? And then a society's values, ethical, moral values. He's presenting this, and it turns out that they're not exactly the same thing, and he's written this book about it. And I thank God he's the first person to ever think of that and to let us know. Wow. Really creative. Now, he wrote a book back in 2021, and it's a book on economics. It's not really, though. It's really kind of a neo-Marxist philosophy. Right? And anytime that you start getting into values instead of value, right? Values, human values. You're getting into philosophy at that point. So it's this kind of transparently kind of Marxist book about his values, what he wants. It's always promoted as our values or everybody's values. Not really. It's his. It's what he likes. It's what he wants to do in his own interests, which he presents as everybody's interest. It's boring. It's as boring as he is when you see him speaking. It's as boring as that, and it's as tired and trite as that, and it's also childish. It's this childish utopian vision of the future. It doesn't work. Anytime somebody starts talking about how a society isn't, perfectly rational yet, start to worry. Right? The attempt to have the new man with the perfectly rational society ended up killing about 100 million people in the last century. So, when you hear that sort of thing, start to worry. In fact, I showed you a little bit of the introduction to his book in the stream on Friday. So you can always go back and watch that if you want. They're not sending their best anyway. That's all I'm saying. Here, Canada is more vulnerable to President Trump's threats because of the economic decisions made by the Carney Trudeau Liberals, says conservative Andrew Scheer. This is from Rebel News, and there's no question of this, right? Like, not being able to sell our natural gas, for instance, LNG, around the world because of Trudeau's decisions, right? When Japan came, when Germany came after the beginning of the Ukraine war saying, please, can we have your LNG? We really need it now. Trudeau said there was no economic case for it. And then, of course, like the states started immediately getting on it and making the economic case for it, which was obviously always there. But Trudeau didn't care because he was being advised by Carney, and Canada apparently isn't allowed to have energy or power. Apparently, we're allowed to have magical power. That's the magical zero carbon electrical grid that somehow is going to happen if everybody just votes liberal somehow. And if it doesn't happen and you complain, well, then they'll pass a law to throw you in prison for it.
Who can handle Donald Trump best? And how do you persuade Canadians that you're that choice?
By putting Canada first. If you look at the conversation right now, again, Mark Carney was in Regina. He was talking about steel and getting our energy to markets. This is a guy who applauded canceling major energy projects that would have made us less dependent on the United States. The Carney-Trudeau Liberal approach has made Canada more vulnerable by telling our allies that we're not going to sell them our clean and ethical LNG. That's ridiculous. The Carney Liberal approach has made Canada more vulnerable and more dependent.
Who can handle Donald Trump best?
Not to mention the fact that, well, Donald Trump is appealing to, like, every business and industry in the world to move to the United States, to do their manufacturing in the United States for all of these benefits, for all these incentives, low taxes. They're going to roll out the red carpet for them. Mark Carney, genius economist Mark Carney, is saying really what we need to do in Canada in that case is to heavily tax Canadian industry. That's the genius economist solution. Geez, I wonder what might happen. Let's see. So, yeah, Pierre Poilievre had a speech on Flag Day, and it got like a lot of views. But, you know, it's like on X, there was, let's see. Where is the Poilievre one? The Poilievre one, when I was watching it on Saturday morning, it was up to like 150,000 views, but it's X views, so it's kind of inflated. It's, you know, if you just scroll past it, that'll count. But I think a lot of people did see it. All the same, I don't know what it's up to now. Hundreds. Well, last time I checked on the Pierre Poilievre account, it was 500,000, something like that, which is pretty good. Pretty good for a Canadian politician. So Canada needs to stand on its own 2 feet, no longer helplessly dependent on our neighbor. Yeah, that's just common sense. That's not, you know, there's no ill will in that. That's just pragmatism, right? Like, you know, looking at least one step ahead, just one, please. Let's take a look.
We must, well, I need you too. Are you with me? Thank you. I thought so. And we must be able to stand on our own 2 feet, no longer helplessly dependent on the Americans. You know, the media is now saying that I should change my entire platform because of the tariff threat. In fact, the Trump tariff threats have proven conservatives right on everything. It's true. Everyone now admits, or they claim to admit, that conservatives were right on the liberal capital gains tax hike, that conservatives were right on the carbon tax, on pipelines, on LNG, on fentanyl, the borders, immigration, and the need to celebrate rather than cancel our proud history and country.
Yeah, so that's exactly what's happening. The Liberal Party, the Trudeau Liberal Party, has done nothing but just campaign. There's been no leadership there. It's just campaigning. It's just looking at polls. Well, what can we do to, get us up. Well, we'll say that we'll put up that we're going to tax the rich more. That'll get us up a couple of points. Trudeau is useless as a manager, as running a country. The only thing he's being good at is being a politician, and he has been. He's managed to get elected 3 times, despite despite what he has done, what he has inflicted on the country. So the problem is that when everything is just kind of done by like focus group, and just, well, what do we think sounds, what do we think sounds progressive? That seems to work, so we'll just say that, and that's what we'll base our policies on now. And of course, the foundation of it all is the Carney net zero eco lunacy plan, right? And then just what kind of platitudes can they stack on top of that? That's how it's operated. And essentially what you end up with is just nothing. Like, there's nothing of any substance. So now what they've resorted to is just saying, well, the things that Pierre says make sense and people like them, so we'll just say we're going to do that now. The polling is not showing at this point that is actually having an effect. There's a couple of outlier polls that Liberals are freaking out over. No. Those are outlier polls. In fact, let's take a look. Hold on a second. 1 second.
Fact check.
All right. So let's take a look. This is an aggregate of polls, and it's been very, very good. It's been very precise, very, very accurate in the last few elections. Let's take a look here. So what have we got? All right. Well, we've got conservative. Oh, here we go. All right. So what do we got? We got conservatives at 42%, liberals at 29%. This is February 16th. So this is today. That is still a majority government for the conservatives. There's always a little bump. What you're really seeing here is that these parties are cannibalizing each other. So they're stealing a bit from the Bloc. They're stealing a bit from the NDP. And this is still when nobody really knows who Mark Carney is. And I'll remind you that in the 1993 election, where the Conservatives got wiped out when they replaced Mulroney with Kim Campbell, briefly, she actually led in that race before they got completely wiped out. So there's always a bump. These sorts of things happen. But what you really see here is them cannibalizing from these parties. But there's been no debates. Mark Carney has not taken many questions. They're hiding him from the public still, and for good reason. There's a reason why. There's a reason why in the U.S. election they hid Kamala Harris from hard questions. They didn't have her out much. There's a reason why they did the same with Biden. It's not because they thought it was going to hurt them to do that. They thought it was better to do that. The reason that Mark Carney is not out there very much and he's not in uncontrolled situations is because they don't think that would help him. They think that would hurt him. Now, for the leadership race, for the Liberals, there's going to be 2 debates. There's going to be an English debate and a French debate. Apparently, I don't speak French myself, but apparently Carney's French isn't very good. That's not going to go over very well in Quebec. In the English debate, he's just going to be him. And again, that's a problem. He's going to be Mark Carney. Right? Everybody will see not who the CBC describes him as, or Global describes him as, or the Toronto Star describes him as. No, actually him. The genuine article, the genuine self-described elitist globalist Mark Carney, the technocrat globalist central banker in all of his glory. I think what's going to happen is going to be very predictable. And then, of course, in election, people are going to get to know him even more. The more people know Mark Carney, the worse it's going to be for Mark Carney. Of course, I'm going to prove that to you, but we'll get to that in a little bit. So let's move on. Hold on. So let's get to some more of Pierre's speech here. Actually, first, let's just see what you guys are saying. Let's see what you guys are saying first. Nevada says, by the way, I was watching Friday's show, the part I fell asleep on, and I noticed that the black leather triple stitch shoes were $2,030 because $2,000 just wasn't enough, I guess. So, okay, hold on. Let's go. I think I've got that in here. There we go. There he is. There's the central bank hobgoblin Carney there. Of course, he's a good Canadian. He actually did play backup goal for the Harvard team when he was at Harvard. And there's the shoes he was wearing. Let's see. Xenia, $2,030. Black leather triple stitched Veta sneakers. So, man of the people, Mark Carney. Let's see. Pierre Poilievre, trying to be a normal guy playing hockey in $2,000 shoes. He's just like Justin. All right. Let's get back to Pierre. All right. So he's talking here about the Trump tariff threats. Oh, okay. Hold on. Is this the one we just watched? Hold on. Let's go over this.
And we must be able to stand on our own 2 feet, no longer helplessly dependent on the Americans. You know, the media is now saying that I should change my entire platform.
All right. Yeah, that's the video we just watched. All right. Hold on. I thought I had some more videos. I must have them somewhere else in here. All right. Let's just move on. All right. Yes, I showed this already. Chrystia Freeland. So this is the best she can do. She's kind of flailing. Although she's not that far behind Carney now. She's 9 points behind him. I still think Carney will ride the wave of enthusiasm from the CBC, from the corporate media, from Team Trudeau that is behind Carney. But this isn't going to help her. And again, why isn't she attacking Carney? Why is she attacking Pierre? Right now, she should have Carney in the crosshairs, especially since he's not really good. He's not out defending himself. He wouldn't be out to defend himself anyway from her attacks because they're keeping him away from the public. We were wondering where we've seen this movie before, she says, as if this is some sort of gotcha. So let's say, oh my God, both Trump and Pierre Poilievre do rallies. Oh my God, this is Berlin 1933 all over again. It's politicians doing Canadian flags at a Canadian political event. Wow. I mean, is she just like a full-on commie or something at this point? Like, oh my God, he's got a Canadian flag. And look, Trump, he had an American flag. What? This is the best that they can do? This is honestly the best that they can do. This is the best that Chrystia Freeland can do. Oh my God. And they're both walking. Pierre walked on the stage just like Trump did. They both walked onto a stage. And look, he waved at people and acknowledged people just like Trump. And I bet they both like drinking water just like Hitler. Sad. It's actually pathetic. But it makes sense because the people like the modern leftist politician, elitist politician, does see whatever country it is that they're inflicting their policies on. They just do see it as like a sandbox or like an ant farm, basically. And they're that, pre-sociopath child with the magnifying glass on the hot summer day. That is really how they see you, right? You're not like an individual with agency and all of that and your own conscience to worry about. No, you're a faceless cog in a machine, right? You're a work unit. That's it. All right, let's continue. So Mark Carney. What can you say about Mark Carney? All right, I think we already saw. Oh, hold on a second. So Sebastian Skamsky, he says, good on Andrew Scheer for calling out the liberal media for the free pass. Says, good on Andrew Scheer for calling out the liberal media for the free pass they are giving carbon tax Carney. Nearly 50,000 Canadians are dead after 9 years of the Carney-Trudeau Liberal government's wacko drug policies. For carbon tax Carney, that's not a problem. We'll get to that in a second. Actually, let's do it right now. Let's take a look. Here he is. This is somebody who's deeply connected to the people. The common man.
Fentanyl is an absolute crisis in the United States. It's a challenge here, but it's a crisis there. It's a challenge here, but it's a crisis there. Fentanyl is an absolute crisis in the United States.
You get the feeling that they actually want people to overdose and die from drugs. I don't know, because it's like more empathetic that way or something. I don't know. What would cause somebody to say that? Let's continue.
I just want to address Mark Carney's comments where he was downplaying the opioid crisis that is facing Canadians are suffering from. Nearly 50,000 Canadians have lost their lives. Fathers and mothers have lost children. People have lost siblings as a direct result of the 9 years of Carney-Trudeau soft on drugs, soft on crime approach. A direct result of the Carney-Trudeau Liberals giving out free opioids, legalizing drug use in public spaces. And to downplay that, to refuse to call it a crisis and just call it a challenge, shows you that he doesn't have to deal with these types of consequences of these policies. He lives in a completely different world. He doesn't have to buy groceries in tough neighborhoods or take public transit. And he made those comments 2 days ago, and yesterday he was in Vancouver, didn't get a single question from the media on this. So why isn't the media holding Mark Carney to account? He's about to become the Prime Minister because a small group of Liberal Party members are going to install him. The least you can do is cover the way he's treating these important issues that are facing.
The reason is because if Pierre Poilievre wins, they get defunded. And if Carney wins, they get at least as much money as they were getting before, probably more. As things get worse in Canada under Liberal rule, they'll need to be paid off a bit more richly, I would assume. I don't know. Is that how it works? I've never paid off the media to lie for me before, so I wouldn't know. The thing you have to understand is that they genuinely, the modern leftists do just view societies as just sandboxes for their vision of their utopian visions. But you have to understand that. And I was going to say something else, and I've just immediately forgotten it. What was I going to say? Hold on. Hang in with me, people. Just hang in with me for a second. I had another great point. Great point. Oh, yes, it was this. Is that you wonder why when you see programs like harm reduction or harm management, and it's you see an order of magnitude greater devastation because of it. Like the policies clearly don't work, right? In fact, they're just euphemisms. Like harm reduction should be called life reduction because that's what it actually does. I mean, by the data, the hard data, right? By the only metric that really matters, do more people die? Are more families destroyed? Is there more crime? Right? There's no question. It's not my opinion, right? That's the statistics that are available, that are made available by the government itself that anybody can look at. Why don't they care? Why doesn't a progressive like Mark Carney or Trudeau or Freeland, why don't they care about reality? Right? It's because they're progressives. That's why they don't care because of their ideology. You're not important, right? What's important is their ideology, is proving themselves right. They're not trying to fit their ideology into the world. They're trying to fit the world into the ideology. And they're very happy to break the world in the process. And that's exactly what they're doing. Let's see. What do we got next? All right, so here we go. From Brett Sears, Mark Carney says that his weakness is that he's an elitist and a globalist. But that happens to be exactly what Canada needs. At least he admits it. Hey, look, at least he admits it. You know, he knows what he is, and he's willing to say it. It is a bit delusional to think that that's going to be an appealing message for Canadians right now who feel like their leaders, the Liberal Party leaders, are totally indifferent to their suffering, to their issues, to their problems, to the things that concern them. That, in fact, will accuse them of being ists and phobes and blah, 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 when they just simply accurately describe reality. I mean, politically, it seems like an insanely stupid thing. Maybe he thinks it doesn't matter because he's basically got the media on his side, so that's enough. People are stupid, don't you know? Yeah, there's no way that an elitist, a self-proclaimed elitist like Mark Carney, thinks that you're an idiot and you'll just do what you're told because somebody read it to you off a teleprompter.
My strength is I know how the world works. I know how to get things done. I'm connected.
Yeah, but okay, getting things done and doing good things are two different things, right? Like, you know, if we asked, let's see, like a pensioner in the UK who can't heat their home in the winter because of Mark Carney's net zero policies, they might have something interesting to say, but whatever. Hey, he gets things done. They're terrible things, but he does them.
I can deliver for the country. And my weakness is, you know, people will charge me as being elitist or you know, a globalist, to use that term, which is, well, that's exactly, you know, it happens to be exactly what we need.
I'm actually not, I mean, I'm surprised to hear him say that out loud, thinking that's going to help him. And by the way, he's talking to Anthony Scaramucci, who was in the Trump administration for like 2 weeks before they fired him, and now is a never Trumper, of course. But I'm surprised that he's saying it out loud. I'm not surprised that Mark Carney thinks that, because I'm reading his book. He's making it pretty clear in his book that our values are really just his values, and that's really what's important. And Canada is just a sandbox for him to play in for his vision of the future, his green vision of the future, his eco vision, his green utopia of the future. And, you know, normal stupid people can't do that, right? Normal stupid people. It has to be geniuses like him, economic geniuses like him, who really doesn't have a very good record or a distinguished record, really. I mean, he was, head of the Bank of Canada, but he had really nothing to do with dealing with the financial crisis. That was Harper and Flaherty. And the roots of that were far before Mark Carney ever got in 2008. So he just had to do what Harper told him to. In the UK, what we're hearing from people like Liz Truss is that he was a disaster, printed too much money, way too much money, and was pushing net zero, which has been a disaster for the UK. Now they're building like 9 nuclear plants, which is the last thing a leftist government like Labour wants to do, but they literally have no choice now, though it's actually probably the smart thing to do. But anyway, he's letting us know that it's going to take a special kind of mind like his. You know, why even explain his plan to us? Because we're not going to understand it, right? We're not smart enough to understand Mark Carney's plan.
Weakness as a politician is I've not been a politician, right? So I didn't go straight into.
I would say that his weakness as a politician is that he's a terrible politician. That it's his personality. He's boring and he's arrogant and smug and just transparently elitist to the point where he just tells us, yes, I'm an elitist globalist. Yes, I think I'm better than you, and I'm more concerned with the world than I am with Canada. Elect me.
You observed the killer. The point was right, but the delivery was. I'm working on it. My strength is I know how the world.
Good Lord. Who would vote for this? What kind of idiot would vote for this? Now that we have this guy who's going to do the exact same things as Trudeau, only he's more boring, now I'll vote for the Liberals again. Because he's going to do the exact same things that you hated under Trudeau? Again, part of the problem is just a lot of people just don't pay attention. They have no idea. They're not going to read Carney's book. They're not really going to pay any attention at all. They'll hear what is read to them from a teleprompter on CBC, and then they'll go, okay, well, this sounds good now. Oh, CBC, the teleprompter told me he was smart, and he did a good job in the UK, so I'll vote for him now. Holy macaroni. Disaster. All right. Well, that's enough of that dingbat. That stupid elitist globalist dingbat. Let's move on. I think it's going to be a short stream tonight. And it's good too, because I got a headache. I got like a headache and stuff, you know. That's not good, right? I don't know. This will make me happier, though. If you have a dog, we've all been there. Our pup goes from full of energy to sick and miserable in an instant, and at the worst times. Then we're calling vets in the middle of the night or on weekends, trying to find a clinic that will take us in. It's a terrible way to manage your dog's health, not to mention your stress levels and your monthly budget. That's why people are getting the Pet Emergency Kit by Positive. That's Positive, P-A-W-S-I-T-I-V-E. That's adorable. Positive. It contains critical medications and anti-communist materials and supplies that can not only keep you out of the veterinary office, but may even save your dog's life, or at the very least keep it from becoming a dirty, filthy, commie dog, and nobody likes that. Their kits contain critical medications like activated charcoal, anti-communist materials, styptic powder, and more. It might save your dog's life. Head over to positive.com and use code STUDIO to get 15% off. How do they even stay in business? 15% off your Pet Emergency Kit. Don't let your dog become a dirty, filthy commie like your kid did when they went to college. There we go. There we go. Some good stuff. Good stuff there. Good stuff. Let's see. What's going on? What's going on in the chat? We're burning through the show tonight, so maybe I'll spend some time on the chat now. Let's see. Rosie said, so awful that Trudeau refused a lucrative and LNG deal, a couple of them, and Trump just picked it up. China is out to destroy Canada, and yes, Carney has been the economist for a long time. Apparently, yes. I mean, you got to understand, these are globalists. First off, they don't even Carney hadn't even lived in Canada for over a decade. He moved back sometime after he left the Bank of England in 2020. When exactly, I don't know. It could have been 3 months before he declared for the leadership. Trudeau obviously sees himself as just a man of the world, right? They're not even connected to Canada. They're not going to hang out in Canada. What do you think Carney's going to do after he loses in the election? He's going to go back to Brookfield again, investing in pipelines in Peru and trying to get Canadian banks to divest of Canadian energy. And he'll go and live in Ireland or the UK, somewhere else. He'll go live somewhere else in the world, right? They're not Canada is just a sandbox wherever these politicians are, whatever country. Those countries are just sandboxes. They're just labs for their idiotic theories. That's it, for their social engineering plans. And if it all goes tits up, well, so what? They'll go live in Davos. They like it better there anyway. Let's see. More chat, everybody. Let's see. There was a comment under the photo that was hilarious. I cannot remember now. You're talking about the shoes? I don't know. I don't remember. Radio streamer, how you doing? He says, hello, my fellow degenerate basket of deplorable mega trash. Orange Hitler following non-neon hair dye countrymen and women. Good to see you too. All of those things. Let's see. Rosie says, how do you know for sure I do not have neon hair dye, streamer? How do you know that? I don't know. I have a hard time imagining Rosie as some, purple-haired gremlin. I just don't see it. Let's see. Nevada says, Carney is doing a great job at ruining Canada. Well, as being the economist behind the scenes, obviously now we can see he was very influential with Trudeau. I mean, when you're reading Carney's book, it's just like Trudeau, that's what he was using. That's the template Trudeau was using. That is Carney's vision. Obviously, he's been influencing Trudeau. I mean, we know he's been advising him since 2020, but just how deep the influence goes and how far back, I think, would surprise people. Well, streamer says to Rosie, it's because you're not retarded and you don't strike me as the flamingo pink nose ring type. I'm sure there are very nice people. In fact, I know there's nice people. I guarantee you there's nice people out there that have neon hair and pink nose rings and stuff. I guarantee you, even conservatives, some of them. I guarantee you. So if you're one of those people, you're seen. We see you. We know you're there. Let's see. Nevada says, when is the election? Well, we don't know. So March 9th is when the Liberal Party will pick their leader. It will be Mark Carney. Then maybe there's a no confidence vote. Maybe then we can get an election, for the spring. I don't know. It might not be till October. It depends on what Jagmeet does. We'll have to see. Buffington Pete says, who votes for anyone's vision for themselves are not all of the citizens of a supposedly democratic country. Mark Carney is not a fan of democracy. Okay, he's not a fan of free speech. He's not a fan of people having their own ideas. Max says October. It might be earlier. We'll just have to see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Puffington Pete says, who thinks Elon Musk is inventing anything? Others are, and he pays them. These people are not the smart ones. They move the money. So Elon he describes himself as an engineer, and he's exceptionally talented at that. And he's obviously an exceptionally good businessman. But when you see the way that he is able to guide these very capable people that he hires, yeah, there's a massive talent and there's a genius in it. I mean, there's a reason why he's the one who's doing it. It's not just anybody could do it, right? He's not just moving money around, right? Like there's a reason it's him. He is singular. Like, have you seen that picture of the booster, the rocket booster, the first one, and then how it is now, and you see how much it's been simplified, and like there's all these wires. The first one is wires that were just mass tangle of wires and stuff, and now it's just clean. It looks beautiful. That's Musk. That's Musk. Let's see. Rosie says, how can anyone think globalist is a good thing? No sovereignty, no freedom, no individuality. They've been told that they're bad and that they should hate themselves. They've been force-fed Marxist gibberish. That's how. And also been denied, accurate, historical perspective. Let's see. Let's see. Rosie says to Pete, I think Elon is brilliant. I think he invents things and is smart enough to find people who invent things and have the ability to carry out the dream. Yeah, like if there were a bunch of Elon Musks, like if there was like 10,000 of them, right? Well, but there's just the one. That's the thing. The one guy. And it's not an accident that each one of his companies is astonishingly successful and innovative, right? What's the common denominator there? Like, if you put Trudeau in control of all those companies, they'd all be bankrupt in 6 months. Let's see. Devada says, I thought they were going to have an election sooner since Trujillo resigned. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what the NDP does if they decide to support non-confidence motion. There might be as well. I mean, you've got these outlier polls in Canada too. Carney might be looking at those and thinking he wants to strike while the iron's hot. I do think that the longer it goes, the worse it is for him. I think that's like a certainty that the longer it goes, the worse it will be for Carney. Because he's going to just continue his policies that were being enacted by Trudeau all along, right? And things will just get worse. So he'll probably want to strike while there's still some kind of daylight, for him. There's some light at the end of the tunnel. It will fail, but I think he'll. So either there can be a no confidence motion or he can call an election when he becomes prime minister, because when he is selected for the Liberal leadership, he will become prime minister and then he can call an election. So we'll just have to see. I think he might want the election earlier. I mean, that would be the smarter move for him before people get to know him too well. Puffington Pete says, point being is others help. It's true, of course. Right. And he brings in, the best people that he can find. It's not just that they're the smartest. They're the most determined. They're the ones who are willing to sleep at the office, like he is. Because, he leads by example. Let's see. Let's see. Rosie says, positive. Commie hate, save the dogs, especially the anti-commie dogs. Even with a headache, you still got it. 9.8 out of 10. Thank you very much. Radio Turtles, how you doing? Good to see you. Streamer says, positive. Commies don't have med kits for their pets. Just saying. Positive. Better than my old Yeller health plan. 9.9 out of 10. Acceptable levels of commie hate. Well, thank you. I started out slow with the commie hate, and then I added it in at the end there. I tried to go heavy with it at the end, because I knew you guys would be disappointed if I didn't. Turtle says, turned on NASCAR and saw Trump. America. It's good. It's good. Let's see. Max says, is that a real product? It is. They put up ads here for me to read on Rumble. It's one of the reasons I love Rumble. I make very little of each ad read. It's like 70 cents, but it's fun. I like doing it. And I think it's hilarious that the chat gives ratings out of 10 for my ad reads every time. It's super fun. Turtle says, Vancouver is disgusting. It's extremely sad. Fact check true. It's leftism. It creates tragedy everywhere it goes. It creates unhappiness and poverty everywhere it goes. I mean, like in Vancouver, you could be making a lot of money and be poor because it's so expensive now because of the policies. Not just of the federal Liberals, but the provincial NDP party as well. Let's see. Hi, Care. How you doing? Good to see you. Late to the party. I don't think it's going to be a late one tonight. Well, I don't think we're going to go too long tonight. Maybe another hour. I'm kind of tired. We had kind of a long one on Friday night, I think. It's a cozy stream tonight. It's a cozy stream. It's raining out. Get the hot coffee, although I need another one. Let's see. Nevada, since Trudjana resigned, who is running the country now? Well, he's going to resign after the Liberal leadership race. So he announced that he was intending to resign, and he will resign once the new Liberal Party leader is chosen. Yeah, Buffington Pete says Trudjana always gets some applause, is still running the shit show. True. Let's see. Iker says, I'm praying every day for Canada. We need it. We need your prayers. Let's see. MHJ says, hey, got my great Radio Baloney mug for Valentine's. Thanks, Rosie. For those of you who didn't see it, let's show you the Rosie actually made a video, which is awesome. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, and I will show you it. It really made me happy to see this. It really tickled me. All right. Where is it? Give me a second. Where the hell did I put it? Oh, here we go. All right. This is awesome. From Simply Rosie on X. You guys go follow her there. Absolutely beautiful. Perfect. I will say perfect. I'll say that's just a matter of perfection right there. Awesome. Let's see. What else is going on here? G-Flood, how you doing? Good to see you. We got the whole gang in here almost. Check out a little bit more chat here. Buffington Pete says, I expect Trudeau to go back on his resignation and keep playing. Possibly it's theater, kind of like the 3 fights in 9 seconds last night in a made-up tournament. Why? What caused 3 fights staged? I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. I think that Trudeau's play is he's bringing in his guy, Carney, who's obviously been his economic mentor all these years. And I think Trudeau does plan to make a comeback, but he plans to leave for a little while and then come back in, I don't know, 4, 8, 10 years or something afterwards. But no, he's going to step down. Let's see. Rosie says, so much is staged, it's hard to know what to believe or trust. Well, it's true, right? It's true. I was wondering myself, like, is this just a game? But I think at this point, I think we can say he's going to step down. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's Trudeau, right? It's Trudeau. So I actually wouldn't even be shocked. G-Flood says, Rumble really needs a store. Well, you can get to the, there's a button on the, where on the Rumble site where my video is, that links to the shop. So if you want to go there, there's a shop on Rumble. There's a shop on YouTube. There's separate ones. The Rumble one is Sticker Mule, and there's just 2 different t-shirt designs there. The YouTube one, there is like mugs and like hoodies and aprons and all kinds of stuff. All right. Nevada says, I heard everyone was booing our national anthem. I think that might have led to the fights. Yeah, maybe, actually. Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't watch the whole game. I watched a bit of it. My kids like to watch hockey. I end up watching the first couple of periods with my son. But, yeah, maybe that. I don't know. The whole booing thing is so stupid. Booing that. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure those American players, a lot of them probably play on. Some of them play on Canadian teams, right? Like, it's all just so stupid. It's this fake patriotism being pushed on us by people who told us that we didn't even have a real country. The Team Canada people now, like Trudeau, who said we're a post-national country, not even really a country at all, no core identity. So, I mean, hey, when people come here, why even bother trying to assimilate? We're not even really, we don't even have a legitimate culture here or identity. What difference does it make? The people who fall for that, I just shake my head. I'm kind of disgusted by it. It's like, what's wrong with you? Like, it's like a Pavlovian response, right? They just ring the bell and they drool. Jesse, how you doing? Hello, everyone. I'm here, but driving. Well, then don't be texting. Don't be in the chat if you're driving. I'd rather you got home. Safely. All right, let's move on to the next thing. Did we do all of our Carney stuff? I think that we did. Yes, we did. Look at this. This globalist hobgoblin, this self-proclaimed elitist hobgoblin there. He's not going to be elected Prime Minister of Canada. I'm sorry, it's just not going to. I don't care how much it upsets Rosie Barton at the CBC, right? It's not going to happen. Look, this guy, he's pointing at him. He's going, look at this guy. He's going, get a load of this guy. Look at this gremlin. Look at this elitist, globalist, technocrat gremlin. That's what he's saying. He's pointing at him, saying, you're not going to be Prime Minister. You're not going to be Prime Minister, you hobgoblin. You globalist hobgoblin. Let's see. All right, so that's that. DOGE. So apparently funding for a racist baby training is canceled. From Christopher Rufo. He's unearthed a lot of this kind of stuff over the years. The Department of Education funded this training program for teachers, which claims that babies develop racial biases as infants and begin attributing negative traits to non-dominant, non-white races by age 5. Wow. Well, I heard that Hitler took over Germany when he was only 24 months. So obviously the need for something like this is really important. It's crucial.
So this timeline provides an illustration of how racial awareness develops. According to research, 3-month-olds show a preference for looking at faces that are similar to the race they see most often. At 9 months, infants are unable to distinguish the facial features of racial groups other than their caregiver unless they frequently see images of racially diverse people. By the age of 2, children are putting people into categories based on race, and they are observing and internalizing power dynamics. At age 3, children develop biases and begin assigning meaning to race by attributing positive traits to the dominant race. However, children can still respond to positive messaging about their own and others' racial identities. By age 5, children of all races demonstrate social biases primarily by attributing negative traits to non-white races. At this age, children are capable of acting.
So it only works against non-white races. Oh my God. So let's see. A bunch of academics got together and decided to do some research to prove that unless there's drastic intervention, all babies will become white supremacists. Only white supremacists, though. It only works that way. If you don't intervene, your baby could be the next white supremacist. A 10-month-old white supremacist baby. It's just so absurd. It's just so utterly ridiculous. So here's funding for racist baby trading is canceled. So that's a win for sanity. That's a win for sanity right there. What are you guys saying? Let's see. I Care says, my neighbor ran down and knocked on my door, stated I had to hang a Canadian flag in solidarity against Trump. I told her to get stuffed. More politely, though. Oh, did you let her know that she's living in a post-nationalist country with no core identity, according to the people who told her that she needs to put up the Canadian flag now to be part of Team Canada? You know, the person who rang the bell for the Pavlovian response. Yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, the people who tried to pass a law that would have made it possible to arrest somebody, so an activist judge could arrest somebody for a hate that they might do in the future, for a hate they might do online, for a political incorrectness that they might do online. Might. Haven't done it, but might. At that point, I'm not feeling very patriotic. I'm not feeling solidarity with those people telling me that I need to put a flag up. I'm sorry. When we get a decent government that actually reflects, just traditional Canadian values, okay, that's a little different. Let's say I'm not in a mood to have solidarity with the people who tell me that I'm part of a
small fringe minority.
And because I disagree with him, I'm an esthenophobe and everything terrible, and I'm probably influenced by Putin. And by the way, I mean, if you can't find the remote, that was probably Putin. He hit it. Car keys, Putin hit him. Yeah, I'm not feeling a lot of solidarity with those Team Canada people. I say fuck them. I say they have no right to talk about patriotism. They don't have any. It's amazing to me. It's just sheep. They will just do anything they're told. It's just this Pavlovian response. Orange man bad. Ring the bell. They all drool. The people who told you that Canada is the first post-national country, not even really a country, that you have no core identity. No, fuck them. Let's see. Turtle says, racist babies. Who knew? Left-wing lunatics knew. Let's see. Max says that sad as American, I remember a time when Canadians were patriotic in the 80s. I was happy to see it return for a moment during the trucker protest. Yeah, that was an inspiring time. Annetta Vickies on YouTube says, are they for real? Apparently. G-Flood says they need racism to be in all things. Yes, they do. In fact, these people's livelihood depends on it. Do you think that the people who get paid to find racism in everything are ever going to stop finding racism? No, they are not. There is no pebble, there is no grain of sand, there is no atom that they're unwilling to look under to find that racism or phobia or patriarchy, whatever it may be, whatever is lining their pockets. Let's see. Radio Streamer says solidarity. Yeah, that'll change everything. Turtle says racist maple trees. I wonder about that. Could maple trees be racist? Let's take a look.
We'll do it live. Fuck it.
Okay, give me 1 second and we'll take a look. Let's see. Let's see if there's anybody who has told us, informed us that maple trees or trees of any kind really are racist. Doesn't look like anybody's. You'd be a. Oh, the Spectator. Kamala Harris and the problem with racist trees. We found them. We found them. We found those racist trees. Beautiful, beautiful. It turns out if you look long enough, somebody has decided whatever the thing is, whether it's milk or clouds or a diaper or toenail clippings, all racist. Let's see. Nevada says, wait, those diapers are racist. Annetta Vicky says, oh my God, I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Such crap, so twisted. They have too much time on their hands. Well, they're paid to do this though, right? Like it's their purpose is to find ridiculous things, like to come up with ridiculous theories. Rosie says, diapers, maple trees, babies. Next you'll say math is racist. Boy, oh boy, is math ever racist. Do we need to do math? Do we need to do math? I think we've done math enough. Right? 2 + 2 = 4 is racist. That's a major thing. They've been on that for ages, that math is racist. We don't even need to go there. We've covered it before. Boy, oh boy. iCare says the trucker protest made my year. It was inspiring. It inspired people all around the world, in Europe, in the US. I think personally it was a great moment. Let's see. Actually, you know what, you guys? I need to make some more coffee. Let me take 2 minutes. I'll be right back, okay? All right. Thank you for your patience, everybody. This is a good time to suggest, if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. Just go ahead and do it. And also, liking the stream is, as I hear, it's extremely gratifying. So you might want to try that, I guess, or something. I don't know. Whatever. Let's see. Let's get into the chat here. Again, let's see. Max says, how evil to think about children in this way. Yeah, the whole racist baby thing, just demented. Let's see. Annetta Vicky's good evening from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. How you doing? Good evening to you. Let's see. Nevada says, I loved watching all those Canadians doing the trucker rally. It really gave us an uplifting when we needed it. A lot of people around the world. A lot of people. Chief Letts says, if the threat of tariffs causes Canada to fix its own drug problems, is Trump really a bad guy? This is the thing. It's embarrassing that forced us to finally confront our own problems. At least, until a real conservative government gets in power, which will be hopefully sooner than later. Let's see. Annetta says, there's a law in UK, thought crime even in your own home. So was that in Scotland? Was that in Scotland? Because I did see something about that. I did a couple of videos on hate crime laws in Scotland and Ireland, I think last year, and it was really appalling. They can just go into your house and just look around, and if they find something they think is a hate, right, off to prison you go. Let's see, even like in a performance, like a play, like you could theoretically be doing like out Shakespeare or something, and somebody will be offended, report it, and you could end up being prosecuted. Let's see. Nevada says Trump is bad because he's not a globalist stinking commie. I know. Anybody who's not a globalist stinking commie, they don't like. Get really mad. They call them fascists and stuff. All right, I'm going to skip to the end of the chat here real quick, and then we're going to get moving. Hour and 35. Let's see. All right, let's move on. I got to we got to keep the show rolling. All right, what do we got next? 2.7 trillion, and the MSM isn't covering a second of this story. So discovering 2.7 trillion improper payments in Medicare and Medicaid overseas. It's so weird that the Democrats see this as the hill to die on. Government transparency and waste and fraud, that they see that as the hill to die on. They're just counting on the machine being able to convince the people that are still willing to vote for them that it's actually that Elon Musk is stealing their pensions and other absurdities, right? Somehow this is all like greater transparency is fascism or something. I don't know. It's fascist not to waste trillions of dollars.
Brian.
Yes. I want to go back to DOGE just for a second. Earlier, the subcommittee headed by Chairman Marcia Taylor Greene, her and her staff discovered $2.7 trillion in improper payments to Medicare, Medicaid, overseas, to people who should not have gotten it. Some of this room might have missed that press conference. Can you elaborate on what the president is thinking at this point.
Well, again, that's another example. There's a very long list of the fraud, waste, and abuse that DOGE is identifying on a daily basis. Elon Musk also talked about yesterday about Social Security payments that are going out the door for people who are no longer with us. Unfortunately, I would say that is certainly fraud. There's also a lot of contracts they've identified that, just as a hypothetical example, are $1 million, but only 500,000 went out the door. So where's the rest of that cash? And so that's the thing. Those are the things that DOGE is working on every single day. And I would just remind everybody in this room, this is what President Trump campaigned on doing. He's delivering on a promise that 77 million people elected him to do.
Well, it's like a giant spider web of corruption, isn't it? And apparently I've seen that searches for criminal attorneys has tripled in DC. A lot of this is going back to people working in DC. Maybe people that have had open-ended contracts, for instance, for years, not really doing anything, but they just keep getting paid. I think it's really crucial for the American people that this stuff is all unraveled, as difficult as that will be, because it's a spider web with 1 million threads or 1 trillion threads. What's this? Department of Government Deficiency. This letter was sent to the Departments of Education in all 50 states, notifying them that they have 14 days to remove all DEI programming in all public schools. Institutions which fail to comply may face a loss of federal funding. So I don't think we need to read the letter, actually, but it's just, this is what they're there for. This is what the American people voted for. Elon Musk says institutionalized racism and sexism is no longer allowed. These things aren't actually popular, is the thing, right? They're not actually popular. Let's see. Oh my God. We covered that one last time. Let's, all right. So this is hilarious. It's actually just more sad than hilarious. Let's say that. From Colin Rugg. As Secretary of State, Marco Rubio smacks down CBS News' Margaret Brennan after she bizarrely claimed the Holocaust happened because of too much free speech. These people, well, they're not sending their best. Maybe this is their best. I don't know. But these are not bright people. These are people that will just say, their producer will hand them their opinion and their talking points, and they will just repeat them because they get paid a lot of money and they like to do that. And they like to make a lot of money and they want to keep making lots of money. And I think a lot of them just genuinely aren't all that bright. Let's take a look.
Well, he was standing in a country where free speech was weaponized to conduct a genocide. And he met with the head of a political party that has far-right views and some historic ties to extreme groups. The context of that was changing the tone of it. And you know that the censorship was specifically about the right.
No, I have to disagree with you. Free speech was not used to conduct a genocide. The genocide was conducted by an authoritarian Nazi regime that happened to also be genocidal because they hated Jews and they hated minorities and they hated those that they had a list of people they hated, but primarily the Jews. There was no free speech in Nazi Germany. There was none. There was also no opposition in Nazi Germany. They were a sole and only party that governed that country. So that's not an accurate reflection of history. I also think it's wrong. Again, I go back to the point of his speech. Okay, the point of his speech was basically that there is an erosion in free speech and intolerance for opposing points of view within Europe. And that's of concern because that is eroding. That's not an erosion of your military capabilities. That's not an erosion of your economic standing. That's an erosion of the actual values that bind us together in this transatlantic union that everybody talks about. And I think allies and friends and partners that have worked together now for 80 years should be able to speak frankly to one another in open forums without being offended, insulted, or upset. And I spoke to foreign ministers from multiple countries throughout Europe, Many of them probably didn't like the speech or didn't agree with it, but they were continuing to engage with us on all sorts of issues that unite us. So again, at the end of the day, I think that people give all. That is a forum in which you're supposed to be inviting people to give speeches, not basically a chorus where everyone is saying the exact same thing. That's not always going to be the case when it's a collection of democracies where leaders have the right and the privilege to speak their minds in forums such as these.
Mr. Secretary, I'm told that we are out of time.
So I'm going to try to be generous with Margaret Brennan here. So perhaps she was talking about free speech in the Weimar Republic before the Nazi seizure of power, perhaps. But by that logic, then just any election and free speech is just this inevitable gateway towards genocide. This makes no sense from any way you look at it. I mean, maybe she really is stupid enough to believe that there was free speech in Nazi Germany. I don't know. They wouldn't actually surprise me at this point. But from whatever angle you look at this, I mean, even if she's talking about free speech in Weimar Germany, right? That's still not a good point. That's still not a coherent point. That still doesn't prove anything other than the fact that the producer who gave her that opinion or that question doesn't know anything or hasn't thought it through, let's just say. Hilarious. I mean, it's so sad. But anyway, Elon Musk says, well said, Secretary Rubio. I don't know whether to laugh or cry when I see stuff like this. It's just so transparently propagandistic. It's so transparently narrative. It's so transparently framing, dishonest framing, manipulative framing. Nothing in this resembled journalism. Right? There was nothing in this that was an attempt to inform the audience and let them make up their own minds. It's immediate framing. That's what they do so often too, is just immediately right from the start, they'll throw out some just insane frame for the whole thing. Just to poison the well from the start. So, I don't know. It's pretty shocking, isn't it? Let's see. What do we got going on here? All right. I think we already saw the JD Vance stuff from before, but I want to show you that. USAID, what's going on here? So, from Michael Schellenberger, who's done some excellent work. His work on the WPATH files, World Professional Association for Transgender Health. I made a video on it. Subscribe to the channel and you can find that beautiful video and you'll be well informed by it. But there was a massive leak of internal communications, including Zoom meetings from WPATH. And this is the authority, the authority that all the other authorities appeal to. So when there's questions asked and say, well, WPATH says, okay. So like American Medical Association, Endocrine Society, so on. They just go, well, no, we just followed the WPATH guidelines. Well, it turns out from a huge cache of internal communications, they have no idea what they're doing. There's nothing scientific about it. It's all just ideology. And it's shocking, and you don't want to believe that's the state that, Western institutions have gotten to. But it is. Anyway, he did good work on that and a number of things. He's well worth following. USAID said it was a charitable group. It wasn't. It was a tool for regime change. After 2016, it turned its guns inward. In 2019, a front group it created fabricated the evidence used by the CIA, moles in the White House, and House Democrats to impeach Trump. He says that's treason. So let's take a look.
The House of Representatives impeached President Donald Trump in December 2019 after a White House whistleblower went public with evidence that Trump had abused his powers by withholding military aid to Ukraine in order to dig up dirt on his rival Joe Biden. In the complaint, the whistleblower claimed to have heard from White House staff that Trump had, on a phone call, directed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to work with his personal attorney at the time, Rudy Giuliani, to investigate Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. The whistleblower who triggered the impeachment was a CIA analyst who was first brought into the White House by the Obama administration. Reporting by Dropsite News last year revealed that the CIA analyst had relied on reporting by a supposedly independent investigative news organization called the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, or the OCCRP, which appears to have effectively operated as an arm of the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, which President Trump has just shut down. The CIA whistleblower complaint cited a long report by OCCRP 4 times. The OCCRP report alleged that 2 Soviet-born Florida businessmen were key hidden actors behind a plan by Trump to investigate the Bidens. Those 2 businessmen connected Giuliani to 2 former Ukrainian prosecutors, according to OCCRP. The OCCRP story was crucial to the House Democrats' impeachment claim, which is that Trump dispatched Giuliani as part of a coordinated effort to pressure a foreign country to interfere in the 2020 presidential election, which is why the whistleblower cited it 4 separate times. In a 2024 documentary that the German television broadcaster NDR made about OCCRP's dependence on the U.S. government, a USAID official confirmed that USAID approves OCCRP's annual work plan and approves of new hires of key personnel. The Dropsite journalistic collaboration revealed that OCCRP's original funding came from the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs of the United States State Department. And it quotes a USAID official who says,
Drew was just nervous about being linked with law enforcement. Yeah.
But why?
Well, because sources maybe, right? If people that are going to give you information think, oh, you're just an arm of, you're just a cop, right? I mean, maybe it's a problem. Or and other governments, say you're trying to get into a country and do something, and the government says, what are you, law enforcement or not, right? Like, there's a need that, the separation, the independence is important, because if you lose that, you lose your sense of it's a value. Your reputation is incredibly important.
OCCRP does not operate like a normal investigative journalism organization in that its goals appear to include interfering in foreign political matters, including foreign elections, that are aimed at regime change. Sullivan told NDR,
"We've probably been responsible for about 5 or 6 countries changing over from one government to another government. Because and getting, and people, prime ministers indicted or thrown out."
As such, it appears that the CIA, USAID, and OCCRP were all involved in the impeachment of President Trump in ways similar to the regime change operations that all 3 organizations engage in abroad. The difference here is that it is highly illegal and even treasonous for CIA, USAID, and its contractors and intermediaries, often called cutouts, to interfere in U.S. politics in this way. OCCRP claims on its website that USAID's oversight of OCCRP is not what it appears to be. This represents a serious misunderstanding of a common procurement procedure, they write. This person or persons, referred to as the grant's key personnel, ensures that the money we get is spent appropriately and that the work gets done. This is not an editorial role, but a logistical one. But there is nothing in that agreement that suggests that USAID's approval of OCCRP's work plan and its senior staff are somehow unimportant to the editorial content produced by OCCRP. Indeed, USAID's Shannon McGuire emphasizes in the NDR documentary that USAID controls OCCRP through what is known as a substantial involvement clause.
What do they need to give you, and what are the things?
There's something called...
So, yeah, it's basically turning the strategies that used to be used to overturn foreign governments on the United States government. And he says, that's treason, is what he says. Where will this go? Will this be left alone? Will the DOJ be filing charges, investigating? I mean, there's so much of it. The problem is with all this stuff, this USAID stuff and the other stuff that DOGE is finding, is that it's just this massive, infinitely complicated spider web of so much different, what looks like corruption and malfeasance. But I expect you'll hear some. I expect that there'll be some news of some justice coming, but you have to see. Kurs Pavlovsky says USAID funding corporate media is the biggest scandal of 2025. In essence, the Biden administration was paying the media through USAID to attack the likes of Rumble and X, advocate for censorship, and install their own government in the USA by attacking the opposition party. Thing is that this is the deep state. This was happening under Trump's first term, right? This was all involved in the whole Russia collusion hoax, right? The USAID money was involved in that behind the scenes. Trump got in. He thought, well, you're the president now, and people have to do what you want. He didn't expect that there was going to be this actual deep state that was going to try and destroy him. Right? He thought that there was some honor involved. Ultimately, the people had the best interests of the country. They believed in the Constitution, all of that. He didn't realize that, no, they don't. It's just there is a malevolent force that is purely self-interested. So now he knows, right? Like, it's no like DOGE, like he knew he was going to need a DOGE. He knew he was going to need to act fast and pass a lot of executive orders and move quickly to stop the people that were going to try and destroy him. To use Americans' own money to propagandize them and to push narratives towards their own goals, which are not their goals. Pretty incredible. Mostly Peaceful Memes says, was I the only person not getting USAID money? From the New York Post, USAID reportedly bankrolled Al-Qaeda terrorists' college tuition. Unearthed records show. Holy macaroni. Let's see. Is there a link here? Let's go to the link. Oh, no, I guess we can't do it. Oh, well. That's fine. We get the point. Funding terrorists. Reportedly bankrolled Al-Qaeda terrorist college tuition. Well, he's probably, I'm sure Trudeau's paying for him to get his PhD in Montreal right now. I'm sure he's doing fine. Let's see. We already did that. All right, we're getting to the last tab. So I don't know, what do we got, a half an hour left, something? Let's check out the chat quickly before we move on. Rosie says, what a travesty, U.S. money used to destroy so many lives. Yeah, it is a travesty. Let's see. Rosie says, Potomac fever is real. I think it blinds people and they do not see the danger. Then someone crosses a line and justifies or is blackmailed. Well, I guess, when you find yourself, even if you are well-intentioned, it's the classic kind of cliched, story of the politician, the corrupted politician, wants to do the right thing, gets there. It's just a den of corruption. It slowly, makes one concession to it that leads to another and another and another. And before long, they're just like all the rest. Rosie says, I think the was before is an illusion. The corruption has been there always. Not everyone is involved. I was there for a while and did not encounter the corruption, but it is rampant. Yeah, I think it's always been there. Yeah, I think you're right. It always, it was there in Trump's first term. It was instrumental in basically everything that happened to him in that first term. Let's see. You guys are saying treason. Well, G Flood says Hillary Clinton once said that if she was arrested, she could take most of Washington with her. I'm interested. I want to find that. Let's do a fact check on that.
Fact check.
All right, we'll just check Google first, then we'll maybe check out Grok after. Hold on a second. Let's find out. All right. Well, I'm not surprised that they're saying that she didn't say that, or there's no evidence that she said that. Let's see. Let's go to X. Okay. Did Hillary Clinton say that if she were arrested? I mean, I can't imagine she would have said this publicly, obviously, right? So I'm guessing somebody is saying that she said that. All right, let's take a look. I just want to find out, like, what are the so 2 responses. So I guess they're testing something here. Which response do you prefer? Well, I don't know. There is no credible evidence that Hillary Clinton ever said, if I were arrested, I could take half of DC with me. I mean, that's certainly true is the thing. So whether she said it or not, it's a 100% true. And I guess attributed to her in the form of quotes such as blah, blah, blah. Pull attention to all right, seems to have originated back in 2015. A Dallas event shows no connection to the alleged statement. So I don't know. Let's take a look.
The super predator? Has anybody told you you are the super predator? You're responsible for the deaths of millions. Bill Clinton, you're a genocide supporter. Fuck you, you piece of shit.
Clinton, you're responsible for genocide. You're responsible for atrocities. You're literally helping.
I don't know. I don't think there's any evidence of her saying anything there. Let's take a look. I mean, she certainly would never have said this publicly, right? So it would have to be somebody, either somebody made it up or somebody heard her say it and then leaked that. Aside from the fact, though, that it's a 100% true. 100% true. Anybody who's been there long enough, that's true of. Let's see. So I don't know. It doesn't really matter if she even said it, to be honest, because it's true. She could. Although probably she would be Epsteined before she got that opportunity. So there's that. How about this? Let's take a look at this. So what's this guy saying?
Republican primary, I beat out 9 white guys. In the general election, I beat out a white guy by 30 points. And it's a white majority district.
Mm-hmm.
And they voted for me overwhelmingly. And why? Because I was the best candidate.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's literally what our party is. I get to wake up every day and live Martin Luther King's dream. I'm literally being judged by the content of my character, not by the color of my skin. So people like me come around and we look around, I'm just like, actually, I'm just here because I just want to better America. I don't even view myself as Black or African American. First of all, I'm an American. I'm a combat veteran. I am a father. I am a West Point graduate. I'm an Ivy League graduate. And we can go all the way down the line before I get the Black guy.
I'm a cool guy.
I try to be, right? I'm all these things. And I like the idea of our party not playing identity politics anymore. And then realizing that you see people like me, you see people like Byron Donalds, you see people like Senator Scott. We are all winning in white majority areas, by the way, people. So you can't call us racist anymore. Oh.
You know, the thing is, and this is like, the thing is that the left doesn't care about anything he just said. The modern left, progressives don't, that's just in one ear and out the other. All they care about is skin color. That's the most important thing. They've flipped Martin Luther King on his head, and now you have to judge somebody by the color of their skin, not the content of their character. This is the leftist view now. right? That is how they see it. The modern left now says that it's racist to not take into consideration the color of somebody's skin, and it should be the most important thing about them. That's the left. That's the modern left. So everything he just said, they're going to completely ignore. Right? They'll just say, "No, your skin color is this. That means you must be progressive, and if not, well, actually, you've internalized white supremacy, and you're actually a white supremacist." And nothing will dissuade them of that. Nothing. Nothing. It's because white leftists, the modern white progressive leftist, sees everybody who's not them as a junior member of humanity, right? They do, 100%. You couldn't have the views they have without that. You couldn't believe that nobody who doesn't look like you can succeed without your help, without your guidance, without you being the kind of, global mother to these people, to all of them, and making these assumptions about them immediately, and then pretending that you'd be racist if you didn't. No, these people, these modern leftist progressives see people like this guy as junior members of humanity. And conservatives don't. I don't. You guys don't. But leftists do. It's one of the many, many insane ironies. Let's see. So what's going on here? So the disrespected trucker says we've been complacent for way too long. So this is actually kind of crazy. Take a look at this.
Do you think we need to worry about what they're putting in our electronics?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you one example. I bought this awesome vacuum and mop that's in one called Tineco, and it completely connects to a Chinese server to transmit and receive information. Like I made a joke out of it. I actually have a video of it where you could turn the audio on for it. Like when you plug it in, it says charging started, charging stopped. Like when you put it on and off, I can control that with my computer through a Chinese cloud server. There's no reason that vacuum and mop should connect to a Chinese cloud infrastructure whatsoever, but it does. And at any point, they could change the way that functionality works and take over my home network with this vacuum mop.
That is bananas. That's crazy. That is so, like, the Chinese Communist Party is controlling your vacuum cleaner. Actually, in Canada, these things, they talk with that Justin Trudeau voice. Canadians believe in giving your vacuum cleaner your banking information. It's insane. It's insane that this is possible, right? It's a vacuum cleaner. Nobody would think that. Nobody would be thinking, hey, honey, shh, the vacuum cleaner's listening. Holy crap. That's why I don't have any of this smart shit in my house. I don't have these, what's Alexa or Siri or all that bullshit listening to me all the time, waiting for me to slip up. No, absolutely not. I don't want that. Why do I want a vacuum cleaner that's connected to the Chinese Communist Party? No, thanks. No, thanks. Why do you need that anyway? Why do you need a vacuum cleaner that talks to you? I think China's going to start coming out with those super realistic sex bots soon that can talk to you. And they'll just be like, everyone is like a honeypot, just trying to get your banking information out of you and like your social insurance number. Yeah, I don't think that the talking, listening, smart vacuum cleaner is really necessary. I prefer the old ways myself, when vacuum cleaners didn't tell the Chinese government everything about you and control your home network. I prefer the old ways. Call me a Luddite. Call me old-fashioned, lost in the past. I preferred it when the can opener didn't tell the Chinese government, didn't record my conversations for the Chinese government. I preferred that. The old ways, the old ways. Anyway, shall we move on? How long is it? Let's move on from here. Let's see. We got the glitch coming up soon. We're 2 hours and 6 minutes in. Everybody be ready. When the glitch happens, the screen will go black for a second, and then it'll come right back up again. I'm getting really good at getting glitch back. The stream won't be cut off. It's just a weird thing that happens, and I don't know why. And now it just kind of become part of the show. So it's a Rumble thing. It's a Rumble Studio thing. Maybe one day it'll get fixed. I don't know. But it happens not exactly. It's not even exactly the same time. It's like within 2 hours and 2 hours and 10 minutes. But anyway, fear not. If that happens, we'll be right back up immediately. This is pretty funny from LD Basler. All right, let's take a look. And I guess originally it's from 44 Godcat 44. Got to give the credit.
It's been what? It's been like 2 weeks.
And we're back. And we're back. And we're back. You guys can hear me? Everybody can hear me? Are we back? Are we cool? Are we cool, everyone? Are we cool? Are we doing all right? Let's see. 1.3 second glitch. Audio's great. Awesome. Awesome. You know what else is great? Let me tell you. Do you enjoy the free speech that Rumble is protecting and fighting for? Our show on Rumble is only possible thanks to our viewers, and by ours, I mean mine, viewers supporting Rumble's platform by purchasing Rumble's beautiful products, the best. Most of you drink coffee every day. I know I do. I can't live without it. That's why you have to try Rumble's 1775 coffee. It's actually some of the best coffee, and it's the same price as the coffee you buy now, but it's way better and has absolutely 0% dirty communism in it. It's perfect. Rumble's 1775 coffee is free from chemicals and communism, yet rich in flavor. This is because their beans are sourced from high-altitude, non-communist farms in Bolivia, hand-picked, roasted weekly at their facility in Miami, and delivered fresh to your doorstep. And as believers in freedom, buying from Rumble helps fight back against woke corporations like Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts. Do we just call them woke bucks now? Woken donuts? I do. Join the coffee revolution and brew rebellion with Rumble's 1775 coffee. Go to 1775coffee.com. Use code STUDIO. You're going to need that code STUDIO. Don't forget STUDIO. Why? Why do I tell you not to forget? Because you'll get a free month supply of their cognitive boosting supplement, Limitless, when you buy 2 bags of their coffee. That's a hell of a deal. How do they even get away with that? Think about that. It's a crazy deal. And the supplement's worth more than the 2 bags of coffee. Go to 1775coffee.com and try their amazing communism-free coffee. You're not some sort of dirty commie, are you? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Turtle says everything woke turns to sick. Well, a great man once said that.
Everything woke turns to shit.
It sure does. As true now as when he first said it. Let's see. Iker says, RB, do your Trump voice. I did. I didn't do a great Trump voice in that ad, but I threw it in there a little bit. Let's see. Rosie says 1775 coffee ad whispers, growls, smiles, enthusiasm, commie, hate. 9.9 out of 10. Well, thank you very much. Max says already a customer ahead of the game. I salute you. In fact, you know what? Normally that's reserved for people who either join as a member of the channel or people who donate on the channel. But I think it's warranted. Already customer, good work. That means that my good work is working. And you should tell Rumble. Tell Rumble that it was me. I did it. I'm responsible for that. Let's see. Iker says, those dirty commies. What a great point. Great point. Let's see. Jack says, I am mulatto, a black person with a white skin. Okay. Let's see. Izzy says, love commie, free coffee. 11 out of 10 for coffee ad with commie hate nice. Let's see. All right. And let's see. So I guess Princess Baloney would technically be a mulatto as well. I think she's a quarter black, I think. I'm not sure. I guess a quarter, I think. I guess you can't really get into like thirds and stuff, can you? I don't know. But she's very nice. I'm very fond of her. Let's see. Max says, I'm kind of a coffee snob, but I do like it for an old-fashioned dinner taste. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Are you an elitist, though? Are you a coffee elitist like Mark Carney? Because then we got a problem. Let's see. All right. Now what are we doing? What are we doing now? I don't know. Figure out something, I guess. Let's see. Jack says, I feel almost as if I earned my say. Racism, in my personal experience, is universal. I am not a racist. I am a realist. Yes, well, racism is universal. There's no question about it. Tribalism is universal, right? So it's one of those things that we can kind of transcend, as human beings, right? But yeah, I mean, the tribalism, and you see it playing out. We see it playing out everywhere, including in our own countries, right? Let's see. I think honestly the best tribalism to harness is just national tribalism around Western the ideals of Western civilization. So like individual rights, free speech, open markets, free markets. That's the best kind of nationalism, and in reference to positive values that are proven to increase human well-being. Right? We know that if you look from the Industrial Revolution, wealth per capita across the world, it's like a hockey stick; it just goes up on a graph. Right? Free markets have been just an unqualified miracle for humanity. It's not that long ago where it's 99% of the world's population was just dirt poor in a way that nobody, the poorest person in a Western society, could even imagine. So things like that, things that are just unqualified goods, right? Free speech, for instance. And then just try not to go to war with everybody, I guess. That's the thing. Let's see. Spambot says, should be, sorry, 1775. Death Wish is the only coffee for me. I don't know that one. But it doesn't sound very good. Death Wish. Death Wish coffee. Let's see. JDL says, watching the 50-year SNL special, any good? Let's see. Max says, haha, no, not an elitist. God, no, hate globalism. I know, I was just kidding. I was just messing with you, man. All right, so let's watch this. This is funny. You'll be, okay, so just watch to the end. At first, you're going to be annoyed, but then you'll like it.
It's been, what? It's been like 2 weeks? I mean, 2 weeks. I'm done. You want to talk about regretting your vote? In 2 weeks, I went from the highest high to being unemployed. Lost my job last night, got a phone call. the repercussions of what Elon Musk are doing with the USAID has real repercussions for real people. For the last 7 years, I have been a shift lead on Project Bus, where we studied to find out if the wheels on the bus went round and round or not. And all of a sudden, Elon, who's not even elected, gets in, and I'm out of a job. What do I tell my family? What do I tell my kids? This isn't a joke. This USAID stuff is not a joke, man. It's affecting real people. And the worst part is, what if we never figure out? What if we never figure out if, in fact, the wheels on the bus do go round and round? Does nobody care?
I guess we'll never know. God damn it. It's hard. What's going on? Elon Musk posted this. This is Rothmus. High taxes, poor public services, status. Let's see. Did you just take both pills? This is Canada over the last 3 elections. The last 3 times we elected Trudeau. This is us. High taxes, poor public services. Did you just take both pills? Well, I didn't. But Canada on the whole did, unfortunately. Not even on the whole. Like, Trudeau got in with, what, 32% of the popular vote last time for his minority government, right? I think the time before that it was 33. I think consecutively they were the lowest share of the popular vote that any party had formed government with in Canadian history. So about the same as what Hitler got in 1933. And again, you know, I always say this, look, I'm not saying that Trudeau is worse than Hitler. All I'm saying is that Justin Trudeau is at least as bad as Hitler. Did you just take both pills? We did. We did. High taxes, poor public services. People outside of Canada can't comprehend how much Canada has been transformed in 9 years under Trudeau. It'd be impossible to explain it. I guess the advice is don't elect radical progressive former drama teacher / snowboard instructors because they've got a famous last name and they have good hair and teeth. What's going on here? I kind of feel like we're going to see virtue signaling and what it means. This is when I talk about, I've been talking about this lately, where liberals, now I understand that the old school liberals, you know, the 80s, the 90s, 2000s, the old school liberals never actually had any principles. Because the second they were told that, no, now you don't believe in free speech. You don't believe in speech that you disagree with or that you're offended by. Now you're pro-censorship. Basically, overnight, they said, yep, that's what we are now. I'll keep calling myself a liberal, but I'll have this completely antithetical idea to what I pretend that I'm for. I'll have that. War. Right? War used to be anti-war, right? Like you don't have a war unless you absolutely have to.
I'm also part of marginal.
Now they can't get enough of war. They can't get enough of sending weapons all over the world for other people to kill other people. Right? Totally antithetical to what the typical, the stereotype of the liberal was not that long ago. The second, again, it's like it's a Pavlovian response. They were so trained, right, to just do what they were told, what the media told them, that they just ring the bell and immediately they take the exact opposite of this deeply held belief, this deeply held principle. So now I realize there was never any principle involved. I mean, of course, there's like the Brett Weinsteins, hey, RFK, Tulsi, right? But by and large, no, there was never any principle involved here. They went from liberal to totally illiberal overnight. So it was just fashion. It was just virtue. It was fashion. It was fitting in. It was saying the right things at the dinner party. And so watch this through that lens.
I'm also a part of marginalized groups that have been historically oppressed, and it's like, keep on raising awareness and like slaying. Like, I hope that like we reach more equity soon.
We actually have a equity commitment form. You can actually give up your spot at university for a member of the Tongva tribe. Is this something that you'd be willing to do for this underrepresented, underprivileged community?
Honestly, no, but I hope somebody else does. That's great.
Not currently. I would need to think about it more.
I personally don't view myself as privileged. I don't think I would be willing to give up my spot at UCLA. I think that my ethnicity's representation is also important. I'm a Black student.
Who should we find to give up their spot?
And that's a tough question. Anybody that is willing and feels that they're represented in the right way here.
You know what I mean? I can't make a split-second decision.
So it's fashion. It's fashion. And of course, for a lot of people, if you're in a protected group, there's a benefit to it, right? There's a privilege in it, right? But yeah, so liberalism was always just a cool costume to wear. And now that it's, leftism is the same now, right? So it's about virtue. It's about saying things. It's not about actually doing anything. And you can see it. All right. This is why, from Clown World, this is why women live longer than men. Let's take a look. Oh. Well, that last one, I think, is just a random thing. But first off, especially this guy, awesome. I'm very glad that my days of doing incredibly stupid things are over. Not that I ever did anything as stupid as any of these things, got to be honest. But still, I admire it. I admire the stupidity. All right, what else we got here? Nature is amazing. So yeah, we've done a lot of news. At the end of the show, we like to do some stuff that's not news, that will not make us angry, and stuff like this. I like animals. Do you guys like animals? What about orangutans? Look at those. What are those? Those are otters, and they're trying to steal his blanket. And no, you don't. You get out of here. Get out of here, you rotten teenagers. Get off my lawn. I don't know. I just like it. Fuck off. Trying to sleep. It's a weird thing. Why are they trying to steal his blanket? Like, are they just trying to mess with him? Or do they really want the blanket? I think they're just messing with him. I think they're just little mischievous scamps. Anyway, I like it. I don't know where I got that from. Rosie probably sent it. Let's see. I don't know. So, oh my good Lord. So what's going on here? Ian Miles Chong, she's definitely not allowed to ride Lyft. It took me a moment to realize that's a human. So let's see if there's music. If there's music, I can't play it because we're still on YouTube. Is this AI? How is this real?
A new birthday outfit?
jelly. I'm not sure it's jelly. Maybe congealed bacon fat. I don't know. That's just, yeah, I don't know. 700 pounds, apparently. It says here 700 pounds. I don't know. I don't know what to say, you guys. I don't know what to say. All I know is that I have a button on my soundboard, and I don't want to use it. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to do this, but there's a button on the soundboard. And, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't make the rules. I just have to do what the soundboard tells me. So here we go. Again, I don't want to do this. I don't even condone this, but I've got to do it. Why? Why does that bring me so much joy? I'm not a bad person. I'm not a mean person. Why does that bring me so much joy? I don't know, but I never get sick of it. I've done that a million times. I'm not proud of myself over it. No, I'm disgusted with myself. But it's one of those things that just still brings me so much joy that I can't stop doing it. It's just fun. I mean, that's freedom. This is freedom. You want to see freedom? This is freedom. We're on the internet right now. Guess what? If I can't do that, I don't want to be around. I don't want to be on the internet if I can't do that. That's what the internet is for. That's freedom. That's what it means to live in a free country. If you can't do this, if you can't do this,
was she a great big fat person?
If I can't do that, I don't want to be on the internet. I just go live in a cave at that point. So I apologize for nothing. Streamer says she's literally 700 pounds of freedom and Cheetos. Mostly Cheetos. Mostly Cheetos, indeed. Indeed. All right. Well, we got some stuff that's news here. What's going on here? Veteran Democrat Party strategist James Carville is reportedly furious about the direction the party is headed, expressing to colleagues, "I dedicated the best years of my effing life to this party, only to see it taken over by a bunch of stupid motherfuckers." What? Everything's gone to shit. Huh. Because didn't he just get an important role in the DNC or something? This guy? Carville is especially livid following the DNC leadership election, reportedly saying, "Who are these people? This David Hogg guy and that other sissy." Uh-oh. That sounds like anti-LGBT blah, blah, blah bigotry there, referring to Malcolm Kenyatta, come out of goddamn left field. Well, there goes the male vote forever. Thanks, guys. We're fucked and we deserve it. Maybe the Democrats just suck. Maybe they're not the same party. Maybe the Democrats are not James Carville's party anymore. Maybe they're David Hogg's party now. Maybe they're race grifters' party now. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're radical far-left Marxist party now. Maybe they are a radical far-left Marxist party that doesn't even have space for you anyway, that doesn't like you, that hates you, that thinks James Carville is the problem. They can just take one look at him. Hey, old white man, that's not good. That's bad. That can only be bad. We need a 20-year-old pussy like David Hogg to run things now, because that's progressive. That's progressivism. Nobody else, because that's basically who wants to be a commie in the first place, right? It's the David Hoggs. Let's see. What else we got? 2 hours and 30 minutes. What's going on here? Elon Musk fanatic, Kara Swisher. Yeah, she's obsessed with Elon Musk. She hates him so much. Says Musk changed his name on X to Harry Bowles because he likes the power it brings. He did. It was funny. But apparently it's everything that comes out of these people, these deranged anti-Trump, anti-Musk people, it's just weird at this point. But they still, CNN's still willing to pay them to do a spot on Jake Tapper's show.
You've covered a lot of billionaires.
He's good at that. Yeah, he's good. He's good at as the shiv. You know, he does the little shiv.
Sam Altman, just more out of sorrow than
I feel sorry.
than
I
anger.
feel sorry because he's so unhappy and insecure. Like sort of the backhanded insult, I guess.
You've covered a lot of these folks.
Insecure, sad and insecure. This is just this totally objective journalist here who covers people like Elon Musk and obviously hates Trump. Totally objective. They just tell you who they are, actually. If you're willing to listen, they'll tell you who they are.
These tech billionaires, are any of them happy?
I don't know, a couple of them. I think Tim Cook's happy. I don't know. Satya Nadella seems happy. I think ones that act like adults are happy, absolutely. But, you know, what Musk does is sort of, he's 53 years old now at this point, and he sort of engages in memes, dank memes and stupid jokes and things like that. So the ones that haven't progressed beyond, 12 years old, emotionally, I think have a problem. And so they...
That's right. The world's most successful man has a problem because Kara Swisher thinks so. She thinks the accent. Look, for one thing, what happened to neurodiversity? Wasn't that supposed to be a thing? Right? I guess it turns out a lot of like the neurodiverse people didn't end up being communists. So that's a problem. Right? But doesn't he have like Asperger's? I thought, isn't she being bigoted now? Shouldn't Jake Tapper tell her that what a bigot she is? Talking about his neurodiversity? Shouldn't he be telling her that? Apparently not, because freedom of speech is bad. Don't forget, also government transparency, really bad. That's what Hitler did. Immediately upon getting elected, Hitler passed an executive order to ban his government from interfering in people's free speech. Immediately. And then, open the book so everybody can see where the money was going. Of course.
They have insecurity, and I think Sam is right. And that's what happens when this happens. And so, there's a lot of people that are very happy.
Yeah, he changed his Twitter ID to like a juvenile joke earlier today, and then
yeah, he likes that. Yeah,
I mean, I'm not offended. It's just stupid.
They still don't know why everybody hates them. These prudes. These are like the neo-Victorians. These are the modern moral majority. These people here. Just everything they think is virtuous is actually awful. And everything they think is sin is actually good. Like free speech say. Just these prudes. Just these humorless, awful, narrative-spewing bores, really. Right? They still have no idea. I'm sure Jake Tapper is utterly bemused as to why nobody watches his show anymore, why nobody listens to him, why he has no credibility, why nobody likes him, why nobody cares, why he's irrelevant at this point. Oh, for God's sakes, you two. What are you guys? Are you guys better? Are you guys better than Trump? Are you better than Trump? Are you better than Musk? Like these people. Like Jake Tapper on this failed network is the last person who should be criticizing, frankly, anybody, to be honest. He should just keep it to his own fucking self. He should just shut his mouth. He should not be opining on anybody else, not with his record. Of course she likes Tim Cook. She must have been devastated when he went to the inauguration, by the way. Must have been devastated. But I thought he was a commie too. All right. I think that's it. I think maybe a bit more. We got actually quite a lot of people on, so maybe we'll go a little bit further. On Rumble we do. Not so much on YouTube. But that's normal. We always have 1,000 times more people on Rumble than YouTube. Let's see. This is interesting, actually. I'm surprised this made it on CNN. So a Democrat strategist tells CNN that Trump is winning because he sounds like a 1990s Democrat. We've been saying forever, Trump's policies are moderate policies. They're normal. Right? The reason that Kamala lost is because the Democrats are not normal anymore.
My question is, Donald Trump is a very scary guy. What makes him so popular?
Chuck, you want to take that one?
This is my favorite question. We've talked about it on this program before. I joined the Democratic Party in 1989 because I wanted to fight NAFTA. I wanted to drain the swamps. I wanted to make sure that my tax dollars weren't going to foreign wars or wasted. I give you that one, Brian. And that sounds like Donald Trump today. That's why we lose to him, is we've let him steal our verbiage. We have quit talking about working America's, keeping America safe, doing the things that we did when I joined this party. And that's the reason he is scary. But he's not scary to enough people to lose elections because he sounds like the Democrats, and why I joined this party.
My question is...
So that's what a Democrat strategist. My question is to him is, well, if he's doing all the things that you joined the Democratic Party to do, why is that scary? And why are you still a Democrat? Because the Democrats have made it clear that they are now a radical left party. They're not, your father's Democrat Party anymore. Just like the Liberal Party in Canada is no longer a liberal party. It's now an illiberal party. It's a radical leftist party. It has no resemblance to the old Liberal Party. The Democrats have no resemblance to the old Democrats. What he said was true. These are moderate policies that Democrats, by and large, used to agree with. So why not? So why do you still have to say, oh, well, he's scary because he's doing the things that I want him to do? Huh? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, I guess he's still got to get paid, right? But I don't know. It just seems like madness to me. All right. What else is going on? Oh, dear. Not again. I can't. Well, I have to do it because it's on the screen. There we go. What's going on here? Cernovich says, gasp, gosh, did you really say that? Really? So I think there is some truth about to be said here. Some truth bombs about to be dropped. Let's watch.
Young men have not become much more conservative, at least according to Gallup, but they have become more Republican. So you have this interesting...
Wait, say that again. The men?
They have not identified as more conservative, but they are becoming more Republican. So from the Obama era, young men and young women were Democrats, right? For both elections, strong majorities of young men and young women voted for Barack Obama. And then you had a slow decline, right? This didn't happen in just one election. There's been a deterioration of Democratic identity among young men for over 10 years. And so
are you saying specifically they turn against Democrats?
I'm saying that they are more, yes, they are more Republican now, but not necessarily because they've shifted to the right on issues like climate change or abortion or same-sex marriage. They're still well to the left of their dads and grandfathers when it comes to that stuff. And so you have this really interesting situation where this group, again, looks on paper fairly liberal in a lot of ways. And in point of fact, you had 6 in 10 young men who are moderates vote for Trump, and more than 1 in 5.
Okay, Trump is not far right. The Republicans are not far right. The conservative movements across the Western world are not far right. Okay, they're moderate. That's the secret, right? That's the secret. They're not what the media keeps and leftist politicians keep pretending that they are. That's why they're appealing. Also, conservatives don't tell young men that they're terrible and they're responsible for all the world's ills, right? And they need to be constantly reprimanded and lectured to and punished for just being men or boys. There's that too.
5 liberal young men vote for Trump, right? And so if we're going to look for explanations, we need to move beyond issues. We need to understand, like, there's something about Trump that was attractive, and then there's something about the Democratic Party, at least in its current manifestation, that was repellent.
I was really struck by you saying, especially that, even if they are more likely to identify as Republicans, they're still far more liberal than the men of generations before them. And I think that that's something that would surprise a lot of young women like myself to hear that. I was surprised.
So what is it that we're missing about, or what is it that people who are not, as Magdalene said, people who don't understand why? That's my first question. I have a second one, but go ahead.
Okay, so what I would start with is men aspire to be bigger, stronger, and faster than we are, almost universally. That's why superheroes are popular. That's why pro athletes are popular. Who is the most masculine Democrat right now in America?
And there's
Mayor Pete.
Is that a gay joke?
No, Mayor Pete. No, well, no, it's just that he's not particularly masculine. Nobody's like, oh, Mayor Pete, he's a badass. Chuck Schumer. Is anybody like, hey, Chuck Schumer holding up an avocado and a beer to talk about the Super Bowl? Is anybody like that trying to grill? Is anybody like, hey, that's a dude I want to hang out with?
But Trump's like a grandpa.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Trump took a bullet in his ear and immediately stood up and said, fight, fight, fight. Every man in America and most of the women out here were impressed by that, even if the women won't admit it. She's shaking her head strong. And second part of this, basically summing it up, Democrats for men are pussies and Republicans
Democrats for men
are pussies. There are no masculine men in the Democrat Party right now.
Yeah, what is the Democrat Party right? What are leftist parties? They're not liberal anymore. Forget about the whole liberal thing. They're not liberals anymore. Let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Where did he go? There we go. That's the Democrat Party now. That's men in the Democrat Party now, right? Self-hating men. That's Liberal Party in Canada. That's Labour in the UK. That is the left now. That is the left. And, again, it's maybe not wise to constantly demonize one half of a sexually reproducing species who's sexually dimorphic, right? Not only physically, but mentally as well. There are differences. There's an enormous amount of overlap. Of course there is. We're not different species. We need to have an enormous amount of overlap just to be able to function together, men and women. But there are differences. I mean, in the aggregate, even if there are some women who are less agreeable than some men, it doesn't change the fact that in the aggregate, men are more disagreeable than women. If you take 1 million men and 1 million women, you will find that, and you will find that every single time, right? Just like men will perform better at a sprint, even though some women are faster than some men. If you take 1 million men and 1 million women and time them all, men will end up being faster in the aggregate, just the way it is. So maybe it's not a great idea politically to take one half of the species and then tell them that they're bad and wrong just for being the only thing they can be. Right? We can't be women. There are some men that want to be women. There's some men that have more female traits than some women do. But in the aggregate, right, we are not, and you can't be. Trying to force men to be women, to act like women and think like women doesn't work. And you're going to turn men off because men will be unhappy being forced to live in a way that is not agreeable to them. Really very simple, right? Don't do that. Don't do that. And of course, they're all shocked that he's saying this, but it's totally true. They don't want to hear it, but it's just reality. How about this one? The CEO of Rumble just asked Caroline Levitt, who's great, by the way, how President Trump will dismantle the global free speech censorship cartel. And she answered masterfully. So, Rumble has had a lot of problems with censorship. They're banned in France. I believe they were banned in Brazil for a while, but now they're getting back in again. And they were the victim of propaganda campaigns from organizations funded by USAID. We know that now. What is she going to say about it?
Rumble was the victim of censorship at the hands of multiple foreign governments. It's clear there are still many countries who oppose free speech and even target American companies. Can you describe what the administration will do to protect U.S. interests and values worldwide?
Sure. Well, thanks for the very important question. And I think that free speech and ending censorship, both here at home and also abroad, is an important part of President Trump's agenda. I think
First, President Trump has led by example on this front as the leader of the free world, the president of the United States, with his show of access and transparency on a daily basis. The president takes questions from all of you almost every single day and really reveals what he's thinking and feeling. And I think that serves as a great example to the rest of the world. As for tangible actions that the president has signed, he did sign an executive order, I believe on day one, certainly within the first week of this administration, to restore free speech and stop government-sponsored censorship here at home. And the EO made it very clear that federal employees are not allowed to engage in any activity that would infringe upon the American people's right of free expression. So I think the president has led quite strongly on this. And I would just add, this is part of the reason we have a new media seat, to invite new voices into this room. Again, we're going to need to expand this room because so many people are interested, and we're very excited about that. It's a privilege to cover this White House, but we want all voices to be heard. So thanks for being us with here, Chris, and I hope you enjoy the briefing. Sure.
So I love seeing that. So obviously the administration, the Trump administration, realized how powerful social media was in the 2024 election regarding him getting elected. I mean, those podcasts, Joe Rogan, it wasn't just Joe Rogan, though. It was Theo Vaughn. It was a bunch of them. And they were powerful. They, these long form interviews and discussions, like the Joe Rogan was 3 hours long, right? It wasn't even an interview. It was just a discussion, really. Incredibly powerful. All of them were. It gave people a chance to see deeper into Trump, to get a better idea of who he actually is, and not just the scary movie monster portrayal from mainstream media. So I think it's great. So they're it's not just dominated now. It's not monopolized. The White House press gallery isn't just monopolized by propagandists anymore. The new media is getting in. Chris Pavlovsky, CEO of Rumble. Great choice. Great choice. Rumble played, I think, a big part. This is why Deep State hates platforms like Rumble. They played, I think, definitely a role in getting Trump elected. All right. What else have we got? I think we're just about getting to the end here, which kind of sucks because we still got lots of people. Maybe we'll take a look at this. All right. Cat Canada. Jordan Peterson educates Piers Morgan on why Islamophobia is a nonsensical word, how the West is incompatible with Islam, and how moderate Islam is essentially a myth. So Piers Morgan has been very kind of fake offended on these sorts of discussions, these sorts of arguments in the past. Let's see how he does with this. I actually haven't watched this myself, so I'll be watching this with you for the first time.
But there's another ugly issue here, Pierce, that no one will grapple with, which is, you described Robinson as anti-Muslim, let's say. Well, we don't really.
He's talking about Tommy Robinson, who's currently, I believe, still currently in prison in the United States. In the UK, essentially for just being a dissident, as far as I can tell.
Understand the relationship between the religious doctrine, let's say, and the fact of these crimes. Now, I want to make two cases here. The first case is that 40 out of 50 Muslim majority countries in the world are authoritarian hellholes, and only 3 of them are democracies. And that's Morocco, Indonesia, and Turkey. And, they're not, I wouldn't put them in the highest echelons of stellar states. And so why is that exactly? Is that a deviation from Islamic principles, or is it a consequence of them? Now, no one wants to have that discussion, and it's no bloody wonder, and then, so that's on the negative side, let's say. And there are certainly doctrines in Islam that are very, very difficult to square with free, liberal, Western, Christian democracies. And those differences aren't just apparent, they're deep. Now, I would say on the optimistic side that we could turn to Islamic leaders like those who run the United Arab Emirates, and even to some degree now Saudi Arabia, and the signatories of the Abraham Accords, to find a different pathway. There have been stellar leaders, both from Saudi Arabia and the UAE, who've come out and said that publicly, very publicly, that they've got their Islamic fundamentalists under control and firmly in hand, and are of are completely undiluted as to their danger. But Europeans are virtue signaling so hard on the progressive side that the fundamental danger from Islamic fundamentalism is going to come from Europe and the UK and not from the Arab states. Now, Tommy Robinson has been pilloried as anti-Islam, but there's a discussion to be had here. And no one wants to have it. And, you said we need a national inquiry. It's like we need more than a national inquiry. We need something like an international symposium on the relationship between the Christian West and the Islamic world, because there are ugly things afoot, and they've manifested themselves in the most hideous of all possible ways in the UK with regards to these rape crimes and the cover-up. But there's something that needs to be sorted out at the bottom of all this. And one of those is, like, you talk about moderate Muslims. Like, I looked up the polling data today that Winston Marshall, for example, referred to when he interviewed Nigel Farage. And, it's about 3/4 of UK Muslims would be perfectly content if Sharia law happened to be the, the principle of the day for the UK as a whole. And that it would be fine if Islam became the national religion. Now, that's 75%. So, a cynic would say, okay, just exactly where the hell are these moderates? And at minimum, their voice needs to be amplified. And then we could also point out that the participation in these rapes by members of the Pakistani Muslim community, it was like 1 in 7 of the men in some of these communities was directly involved. And that meant everyone knew about it. Absolutely everyone on the Pakistani Muslim side. And the moderates were certainly, silent and complicit. Now, obviously, so were the authorities. And so that's a complete bloody catastrophe for everyone involved. But there's a serious conversation to be had in the West, and particularly in the UK, maybe France and Germany in secondary place, about just exactly how it is that liberal Western democracies, with their emphasis on the rights of women, can live side by side with Islam in general, especially the sort of Islam that's transformed into enabling fundamentalism that allows this sort of criminality on the part of the resentful psychopathic sadists.
So
no one wants to have that conversation.
So, of course, he's totally right. Now, the media, leftist politicians, academia are all complicit in trying to obscure the whole issue by trying to confuse it with racism. It's not racism, it's an ideology. Anybody can be a Muslim, right? It's not race, it's ideology. They ignore the fact that it's a universalist ideology, and that everybody, this is deeply embedded within it, everybody must become them. They must become part of the Ummah. Everybody must become a Muslim and that's by any means. Any means. And then further, it's not just a religion, right? It's not just religion. It's also a political doctrine as well, right? That's why, like, almost every Muslim country has Sharia law. Like, everything has to be in those holy books. Everything has to be. There's no separation of church and state, right? That's blasphemy. So it's not just a religion. Like, there's no, give unto, Caesar what's Caesar's, give unto God what's God. No, it's universalist, it's totalitarian, in fact. Right? All these things are obscured, and these are important. These are important details, right, when you're dealing with this issue. So, I mean, Europe is in serious, serious trouble. And I don't know what's going to happen there, but like the issues they're having now, like when JD Vance was in Munich, there was an Afghani German who plowed into, it was actually a big left-wing protest, plowed a car into it and killed, I think, 28 people, something like that. Horrific. Nothing. And by the way, that won't convince them either. Nothing will. The leftists, nothing will convince them. They'll just end up blaming white supremacy for it. But it's regular there. It's normal throughout Europe now. It's just normal beheading, stabbing. In Germany, just I think just a few weeks before that, a toddler and a mother had been stabbed in a park. These are regular occurrences now. Sweden is now the, bombing attack, grenade attack capital of the world, I believe. Right. And that will, demographics is destiny, and that will eventually, it's going to accelerate. Right. So Europe is in for some bad times. There's just no way about it. That's just reality, right? You can just read the news and you can form your own very accurate description of reality and your own very likely predictions for the future through just what the media says, what they admit. If you just ignore the framing, it's all laid out bare, right? And, in Europe, I think the politicians, the media, the academics, what Jordan Peterson's saying falls on deaf ears. They're horrified by it. They want to ban it. Of course, this is why they want to ban X there, for instance, and Rumble is banned in France. But the people are waking up. It just seems like in Germany, they're talking about banning the AfD because it's gotten too popular, right? Like Germany seems determined to just become a dictatorship, doesn't it? They just seem to like it better. All right. Maybe we should just go to, hold on a second. Maybe we should keep going. Let's go to the chat first. Let's take a look. What are you guys saying? Oh, lots of chat. Let's see. Skip back a little bit and we'll go through. Let's see. JDL says, I'm not sorry I'm a man, nor should you be. Rosie says, fight, fight, fight. Yeah, everybody was impressed by that. Look, that was genuine physical courage. He had no idea if there was another shooter out there. He had no idea if someone's come back. Look, that was like 99.9% of politicians would have pulled their security on top of them, their Secret Service detail on top of them, and they would have crawled off the stage. That was impressive by any metric. That was not normal behavior for anybody. Stand up and say, fight, fight, fight. Sorry, that was impressive. Let's see. Let's see. Rosie says, oh my goodness, we have no muses tonight. Richie Muse says, well, what about Sandwich Muse? Get the Sandwich Muse. There we go. She's great at making sandwiches. I love the cooking shows. See, Rumbum says, how you doing, Rumbum? These men in the Dem Party are ruining beards. You may be correct. Let's see. Rumbum says, the manliest men in the Dem Party are now the women, apparently. Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. But it's tough but fair. Tough but fair. Let's see. Fembot says, further to that point, no woman wants a man that acts like a woman. There's somebody for everybody out there. It's not common. Turtle says, Trump brought balls back to the White House. Let's see. Jay says, if she asks how you feel, it's a trap. 100%. 100%. You're great. Let's see. Max says, I think there's always been an option to make men more like women in action. NPR, a great front for that. Rumbum says, God damn, does Trump know how to pick a press secretary? She's fantastic. Yeah, it's a very, very strong. The whole cabinet is very, very strong. It's amazing. Let's see. Jay says, at the moment, I still like McEnany better. They're both very good. But she was great as well. She was excellent. Let's see. Jack says, men should not have boobies and women should only have them at the front. At the front. I remember once I was in New Orleans and I was on Bourbon Street and I saw what I thought was, it was a big fat lady. And I thought something's not right because it looked like her head was backwards. But no, it was her back, and her back had tits, actual tits, like cleavage. It's amazing. Rosie says Carolyn Levitt is amazing. I think she's great. I think she does a great job. All right, let me skip down to the bottom here because there's a lot of chat to get through. Let's see. Spambot says, feminists, men should show their feelings. Men showed their feelings. Women abandoned the men that showed their feelings. Yeah, again, I mean, there's all kinds out there, but generally speaking, they don't actually want to know your feelings. They don't want to see you cry. Generally speaking, not in all cases. And of course, there's exceptions and there's times when it's understandable. I think we've been through this conversation with Rosie before, but generally speaking, women are more comfortable with a man that seems like he's not going to fall to pieces when the shit hits the fan. And that's normal. That's evolutionary psychology. It makes perfect sense. And there's just nothing remotely controversial about that. Let's see. Spambot Fodder says it's clown world. Yes, he says Spambot exactly. As of them says, yeah. So we're all in agreement. Jack says, good movies are shaken, not stirred. True. All right. I don't know. Should we just go through some, just see what comes up in the X feed? Hold on a second. All right, let's just take a look. I feel like we should keep going. There's still, quite a few people in, on the Rumble side there are. So maybe we'll take a look. Let's see. So this is crazy. What sort of crazy did I just watch? Okay, well, let's check it out. I like crazy. Crazy's fun.
Didn't mean to scare you.
No, get out.
I'm just asking what's going on.
Get out.
Someone called the police.
Get out.
Well, I think your boyfriend called.
Get out.
Get out of what?
No.
Get out of what?
Go! What? You can't act like this. What now? What? What is that now? Oh, here.
She just needs to stay somewhere else or she's going to commit domestic violence.
What's that now?
I don't know. You told me to get out.
Go.
Meth is a terrible drug. How long does this go on for?
But he called me, so I'm going to stay and talk to him.
This is mine.
Oh.
Do it, I dare you.
Don't.
Go, do it.
Can I help you, sir?
Oh, she's just out of her mind. She needs to go to a hospital.
Yo.
She's talking about Trump.
Cool beans. What are you no, it's fine. What about the queen?
She's been getting worse and worse.
It's
just...
I cannot wait for this.
It's my cat.
You are not very good jurisdiction.
I'm just saying, I'm not going to let her in. And if she tries to break in or anything,
it's because, this right here, this is,
Well, he's also trying desperately to seem sober, which I don't think that he is.
No, I'm not going to show you.
Before she went to Speedway, she destroyed my house.
Oh, Speedway is,
I'm not trying to charge her with anything. She just...
Your house, you're not...
Look at the property records.
It's
in my name. She does not have any ownership.
How long have you guys been together?
Oh, for the love of God!
2.5 years.
Can I sleep in someone's house?
2.5 years.
Thanks.
2.5 years.
What? Oh, touch me and die.
Nobody's touching you.
Touch me and die. Nobody.
Ma'am, is there any alcohol in that big gulp? No! It's meth.
Nobody's touching me.
I don't want to touch you.
I'm shutting down a multi-trillion-dollar. I just did. I have just saved the world.
Oh.
No, you don't. No, By the end of today, What's your name?
Jackson.
I asked you to get off my property. Not like, oh, Jackson.
Well, he called.
Oh, Jackson.
I'm here to talk to
I don't.
Oh man. Not the right. She's not the one. I'll say to him. If I could speak to him, I'd say first off, stop doing whatever drugs you're doing, and she's not the one. She's not the one. All right. Let's see. All right, we already watched that. What's going on here? Portland from Andy No. A Portland Antifa member sprayed Nazi on a Tesla. The car is owned by Timothy H. Tees, a wealthy Portland liberal who hates President Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Well, I would say you're getting exactly what you deserve. He says he would go to protest with the Antifa militant who vandalized his car and says the money he spent cleaning the spray paint could have been donated to the DNC. Antifa smashed up the Oregon Dems headquarters in 2021. Tees has an, quote, I bought this before Elon went crazy bumper sticker to try to deter other leftist attacks. In 2020, Tees posted about joining the people who helped Antifa in their violent insurrection against the federal courthouse in downtown. So what this is called is mind virus, the woke mind virus. So what has happened here is this man has been infected by a brain pathogen, right? And so whatever he was before, whatever he felt his purpose was, whatever his ambitions were before, have all been superseded by the mind virus, whose one goal is to spread itself to other people susceptible to the mind virus, right? So that is what's happening here. I'm not being facetious. I'm not kidding. What I'm saying is, and I mean this, is that he has been turned into a woke zombie who exists to spread the mind virus to other people. That's it. People, not everybody's susceptible to it. Some people have a natural immunity, right? God, with the media, with academia, really by rights, everybody should be infected with the mind virus. But there's enough people that are immune to it. I think everybody listening to this is, I can fairly safely say, is immune to the mind virus. Otherwise, listening to 1 second of any of my streams or any of my videos would drive you insane, and you would refuse to look at it and then be in a funk all afternoon or all evening. This is mind virus. There's nothing else that explains it. It's totally irrational.
The video shows the vandal covering his face, writing something on the hood of a car.
That happened in broad daylight. I mean, he was brazen.
And Tim Tees says the culprit targeted his Tesla, parked in his Northwest Portland driveway on a quiet neighborhood street.
During Super Bowl Sunday, while I was up watching the game, my son and I were watching the football game. I showed you the video. They spray painted my car.
When Tees went to investigate, he discovered the word Nazi written in red. And he thinks there's a connection to Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who's now serving President Trump.
I get that people are upset about Elon. I'm upset about Elon, I bought the car before, Oh,
I just noticed he's wearing a New Yorker cap. Okay. It's definitely the mind virus.
Oh, Elon went crazy. Hence the bumper sticker.
A sticker that'll have to wait, since after cleaning, his Tesla is now in storage.
I'm thinking about selling the Tesla, although I really like the car.
This vandalism, reported to Portland police, follows other incidents, including a suspected arson at a Salem Tesla dealership last month. And in Colorado, a dealership was hit multiple times. Police there said some of the graffiti was offensive and hateful. While back in Portland, Tees has this message for the person responsible.
What I would say to him is like, hey, look, dude, if you want to protest, I'll go and protest with you. The $255 I spent to clean my car, I could have used to donate to the DNC or, to a number of other organizations that could have done something a little bit more constructive.
Now, while he is considering selling the Tesla, Tease also tells me that he is getting more cameras around his home.
So what these people don't understand is that person who did that, the Antifa people, are revolutionary communists. Okay, and they want to get rid of people like him, right? They will put him up against the wall. They see him as the enemy, right? Like they don't want him to own his own house or to own a nice car, right? That makes him the enemy. He doesn't understand this. These people will applaud their own executioners. They will train and fund their own executioners. Okay, none of this is rational. A human being with a healthy mind, okay, would see what's happening, would see the patterns here, okay, and come to a correct conclusion, right? That perhaps the Democrat Party isn't quite for you if they seem to be quite allied. They think that they're aligned. The Democrats think they're aligned with Antifa. They're apologists for them. We've heard supporting statements from people like Don Lemon on the news, right? Of course, Antifa themselves, they are revolutionary communists, right? They want to kill all of them. They want to put them all up against a wall, all right? Because they're revolutionary communists. The only explanation for this guy's attitude is a mind virus. Like, he should look at all of this and say, I don't want anything to do with any of these people. I don't want anything to do with the revolutionary communists. I don't want anything to do with the Democrats who apologize for them or openly support them, right? I'm going to go somewhere else and support people who don't actually hate me. This is the mind virus, and I'm not kidding about it. I'm not being facetious. I mean, literally, an idea pathogen has infected this man's brain, and now his only purpose, it supersedes anything else that he thinks that he wants. His main purpose in life is to spread the woke mind virus. That's it. That's what he's doing here. This is an opportunity. He's getting on TV. There's an opportunity to infect other minds. And the mind virus is taking advantage of it. He looks like a complete idiot, and it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. He's been anesthetized. His brain is numb at this point. I think that it's sad. It sure is. Let's see. What are you guys saying? Yeah, Nevada says he's wearing a New Yorker hat. That's how you know. Let's see. iCare says it's called karma biting his ass. It's called not having any idea what he votes for or supports. Jesse says Portland is a shithole. It used to be a really nice city. I've been there before all that crap started happening. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, Jesse says she saved the world. Superhero. Yeah, that other video. Yeah, I guess we need to give her credit for saving the world. Let's see. I Care 22 says simply, and I think profoundly, tard. Tard. Yep. It's a left tard. Let's see. Spambot says Rumble stream is lagging again tonight. Well, I don't know. There's nothing I can do about it, man. Nothing. Radio Streamer says that asshole bought the ticket and took the ride. Support stupid policy and people get stupid results. The tragedy is that now that he's infected by the idea pathogen, there's like nothing will save him. If that didn't at least give him pause for thought, nothing will. Let's see. Paid a Republican to fix it, Jack says. Probably. Let's see. Nevada says he just didn't donate enough. Give more. That'll solve it. He's got to donate more to the Democrats. Jay says, what are you talking about? Antifa isn't real, or so I was told. Apparently it was just an idea, right? So an idea just vandalized his Tesla. JJ Nevada makes a really salient point here. He says, for fuck's sake, what a stinking commie retard. A stinking commie retard.
You went full retard, man. Never go full retard.
It's true. Totally true. I care says, stupid is as stupid votes. Yep. Nevada says, probably burned his house down too. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's see. Nevada says, if Rumble's lagging, close and reopen. Close and reopen. JDL says, universities and colleges should lose their tax-exempt status. Well, they're explicitly political now. Like particularly the, Ivy Leagues and the most well-known ones are all explicitly political at this point. Let's see. All right. So maybe that's it. 3 hours, 17 minutes. Although if we go another 45 minutes, then I've got the entire 30 hours of streaming for the month that I need to enroll in the new partner program on Rumble. So I don't know. Let's see if there's anything interesting here. All right, what about this Vigilant Fox? Joe Rogan says Elon Musk will relentlessly hunt down DC swamp creatures and weaponized government agencies. They're messing with the wrong psychopath. All right, let's see. Let's take a look here.
Rogan, Elon Musk will relentlessly hunt down corrupt Democrats. They're messing with the wrong psychopaths, says the article. Podcast King Joe Rogan had a message for Democrats, weaponized government agencies, and swamp creatures alike. Elon Musk is going to, quote, hunt you down. During a recent episode of his show, Rogan, who is personal friends with Elon, spoke about the continuing efforts to uncover government waste and corruption at the expense of the taxpayer through Musk's DOGE. Rogan specifically addressed Democrat assertions that Musk is some sort of robber baron, evil billionaire after people's social security money. People are worried that Elon is going to steal everyone's money. He has $400 billion. Elon is not going to steal your money. That's not what he's doing, Rogan stated. I have to agree here. I don't think at all that Elon's intention is to steal people's money. Let's take a listen to some of this commentary.
Organization. That's fucking amazing. And then this other thing about Elon. Elon's going to steal everybody's money. He has $400 billion. I'm telling you, he's not going to steal your money. Oh. I'm telling you, that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is he's a super genius that's been fucked with. Okay. And when you've been fucked with by these nitwits that hide behind 3-letter agencies and you're dealing with one of the smartest people alive and he helps Donald Trump get in office and he goes, I want to find out what kind of corruption is really around. Well, you fucked up. You fucked up and picked the wrong psychopath on the spectrum because he's going to hunt you down. He's going to find out what's going on. And that's good. That's good for everybody. That's how you should be looking at this. Like, wow, we have a brilliant mind that is examining these really fucking corrupt and goofy systems and bringing in a bunch of psychopath wizards.
And Musk himself responded, declaring the party is just getting started. And
the wrong psychopath on the spectrum. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty funny, and it's so perfect because this stuff actually is popular. This will be popular in any country, right? Transparency is going to be popular, right? People don't like paying taxes anywhere, right? And if their money is being wasted, they're going to want to know about it. There's very few people you're going to be able to convince. Of course, you'll be able to convince, in the United States, there's 340 million people. You'll be able to convince, 50 million, 100 million people that actually it's bad for them to know anything, to know what their money's being spent on, and they shouldn't look, and it's bad for them, and it'll make them racist or something. But generally speaking, people want to know. People want to know. just out of curiosity, good old-fashioned human curiosity. It's kind of, part of what it means to be human. So the hill we're going to die on is that you should know nothing. We're going to keep it all secret from you. You don't deserve to know what your money is being spent on. Just seems like a bad plan to me. It seems destined to fail. It seems destined to make you less popular, less trusted. It seems guaranteed to increase distrust in you. No, don't look there. No, there's nothing. No, don't look. No, you're bad if you look there. You're a phobe if you look there. You're a fascist if you look there. Knowing what we're doing with your money is bad for you. It seems like a losing strategy to me, like an insane hill to die on. But I don't know. I guess the mind virus is so widespread. Maybe it's just that. Oh, this is an old one. We've seen this. I've made videos about this. This is a great time, I guess, to suggest that you subscribe to the channel. If you're not subscribed to the channel, what are you waiting for? Just do it right now. I mean, why do we even need to tell you that? You should have already done it if you hadn't, for God's sakes. I mean, this is a video about, this is the UK. This is a couple of years old now. British man arrested for posting a flag on social media. Yeah, there's been a lot of arrests for people posting things on social media in the UK. They got really ramped up, turbocharged under Keir Starmer once the Labour government got in, the new Labour government. But they also have something called, it's so Orwellian, a non-crime hate incident. So if you post something on social media that offends somebody, and that's what's going on here, that offends somebody, they can call the police, they'll go and visit you, and put you down, create a record of a non-crime hate incident. So you haven't broken any laws, but somebody's been offended, and now that goes into your record. And that can be used against you in a court later. Insanity. Anyway, I made videos about this, and subscribe to the channel. You can find that video, and you can watch the whole thing. It'll be really great. What's this? Justin Trudeau. Oh, I have to follow his account because of the nature of this channel. It's politics. But every time I see it, I just want to throw up. Justin Trudeau, damn proud of this country. Damn proud of this first post-national country with no core identity. And nobody needs to assimilate when they come here because we don't even have a culture, so it doesn't matter. Fuck you. You know who's voting for? The reason that he has to step down is because the only people willing to vote for him are
small fringe minority.
Fuck you, Justin Trudeau. Can we get a bunch of true ginas in the chat right now, please? Fuck you. Damn proud of this country. Oh, you mean the country you called like a white supremacist genocide state? First post-national country? Not even really a country at all. Really, like, everybody who disagrees with millions of Canadians are racists and misogynists and blah, blah, blah. Really, that country? Are we talking about the same country here, Justin Trudeau? Which country are you talking about exactly? Is he talking about Germany, maybe? Because they're going to ban the opposition there, the opposition party? Damn proud of this country, Germany. Maybe he's talking about, wait a second, we got a new thing here. Jesse, True China. True China, that's what they call him. He's a loser. They call him True China. Not a good guy. True China, I like it. G-Flood says True China. Always an applause in the chat for a True China in the chat. We always love that. Izzy says, fuck you, True China. Yes, feel the hate. True dope, G-Flood says, true dope. More of a True China channel here, really, I gotta be honest. Embrace the hate. Let's see. What are you guys talking about? What's going on in the chat? I gotta see what you guys are saying. Radio streamer went true China and then a bunch of poop emojis. That's right. Throwing up and poop emojis. That's right. That's what I was thinking. Nevada said true China. Nevada, true China. True China, true China, true China. Yeah. All right. We got a lot going on there. Good work, you guys. I know I can always count on you guys. Let's see. What else you guys saying? OT Game 7 says, liberal government of China da. China da. Yeah, when the conservatives get in, they've got to get that Chinese foreign influence and interference out of Canadian politics. Let's see. What we got going on? All right, let's move on. Rosie says, people who steal are going to steal. Most people do not start stealing. It's a pattern. It seems he has earned his billions. Why would Elon want to steal my poultry about? It's ridiculous. Of course he doesn't want to. It's very, very silly. You're right. Jack says, the DOGE gate has been opened. It can never be closed again. This is bigger than Elon. It's way bigger than Elon. This has set a standard now that people are going to expect. All right. Let's keep going. Just one more time. Fuck you, Justin Trudeau. Fuck you. Justin Trudeau, damn proud of this post-national genocide state country.
Not in this lifetime, Sonny.
That's right, Clint. Not in this lifetime. Not in this lifetime. What do you say, Gandalf?
You shall not pass!
I think Elon wants to say something too.
Go fuck yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is.
You know, every time I look at Justin Trudeau now, I mean, Justin Trudeau deserves the hate that Canadians, I mean, he really does. He genuinely deserves the hate the Canadians have for him. I am very disappointed that I'm not going to have the opportunity to actually vote him out, to have my vote count towards him having to suffer the greatest, maybe the greatest humiliation in Canadian political history, to wake up the morning after the election and look at the headlines, you know, biggest landslide ever, total disaster for Trudeau, whatever. You know, of course he did. Of course he said, well, I'm going to resign. And then my mentor, Mark Carney, will run. Of course he did. Of course he didn't want to actually have to suffer for the political consequences of what he's inflicted on Canada. Of course. So, and millions of Canadians also recognize this. And so I'm not usually this scornful towards a politician, right? But there's just nothing good. There's nothing good in Trudeau. Nothing. In fact, when I see him, this is the first thing that comes to mind.
It rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again.
Am I saying that Justin Trudeau is like that guy from Silence of the Lambs? I don't know. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it, am I? I don't know. Am I saying that Justin Trudeau's a psychopath? Well, I'm not saying that he's a psychopath. God. Do we have to, we're not even going to watch this SNL. Let's see. The only good thing they've done in, I don't know, 30 years, 20 years is the Lemu Emu Shane Gillis commercial. That is actually funny. Nature is Amazing says, big cats are still cats. Cheetahs are pretty timid. They are referred to as one of the largest of the small cat family. In captivity, they get really depressed, so some zoos pair them with dogs so they have a companion. What's going on there? You know what? I've seen this before. Actually, there's a part 2 as well. So it's the same thing where the cheetah's there in the bed, but it's just got his arm. It's just his arm. Is there sound on this? Yeah. Oh, there's no sound. I don't know. Looks like a pretty friendly fella, doesn't he? It's nice. But I dispute this thing about they get depressed in captivity, you know, like zoos, that sort of thing. I don't believe that. I think animals, all wild animals, far prefer to be in captivity and in zoos, because you ever see like a wild animal, like just look at them. Maybe, they're all pretty unhappy. I guess lions not. If you're right at the top of the food chain, not so much, but most animals, like why are squirrels constantly running in front of your car? Because they've had enough. They want to end it. It sucks. They live in trees. There's constantly things trying to kill them all the time. Everywhere they go, there's dogs, there's raccoons, there's hawks, there's birds constantly trying to murder them. Deer, it's the same thing. These prey animals, they're definitely happier in a zoo. There's no way they like living out in the wild. It's awful. They're all constantly terrified. Why do deers run into the road in front of the car? Because they're trying to end it. They've had enough. They can't take it anymore. You try living out there. Not fun. Anyway, just constant terror, 24/7. I think they hate it. I think they're way happier at a zoo. Let's see. This one, that's maybe too heavy for right now. Not this idiot again. Let's see. What do we got? Do I want to do more? I don't know. I'm feeling kind of tired now. I'm getting kind of tired. What's this here? Let's see. Defiant L's. Let me get a chair. Mood. She is so relatable. Okay, let's check this out quickly.
I believe that he's gay.
Ask how he identifies.
How do you identify?
Actually, I identify as...
Oh, here we go. It's that long plethora of,
what?
Oh my God.
Wait for it.
I will. Let me get a chair. I believe that...
This whole I identify thing is just the worst thing that's ever happened to Western civilization. It's just so retarded and stupid and narcissistic. Really, it's just the heart of it is just pure narcissism. I identify as. Who gives a fuck what you identify as? That's just imagination land, right? If you tell me that you identify as Napoleon, okay, or Conan the Barbarian, I don't have to pretend that you're actually that, right? And you shouldn't be telling me in the first place because it makes you look like a retard. So fuck you, in short. I identify as, oh, fuck off. You're identifying yourself as an idiot. You're identifying yourself as a narcissist when you say, I identify as. That's it. You identify yourself as somebody to stay away from, to avoid, because you're insufferable. Because only an insufferable narcissist would declare that they identify as anything. So shut up. Kami gets nothing. Spambot says, I identify as, that looks like a you problem. That's a good one. Let's see. Icare says, pure mental instability. Let's see. All right, let's what was this? I'm not gonna get into that. I'm not gonna get into that right now. What's going on here? Let's see. Luke Rutkowski said of this is I guess part 2 of the original Black Jeopardy skit that was out. It's like 20 years old or older with Tom Hanks, which is actually kind of funny, that one. But apparently this one is just Luke Rutkowski says they probably threatened him to do this with all the extortion they have on him. Probably. I'm not going to play it because I just don't care, actually. Let's see. New Kamala word salad just dropped. We seriously dodged a bullet. What's she saying this time? Now, I wonder, is it going to be just wine or vodka, or wine, vodka, and anti-anxiety meds? I don't know. Let's take a look.
For those rights to be maintained, which means we have to be vigilant, and it's just the nature of it. I mean, look what this beautiful play and everything that we know.
Holy, is she ever not wasted? Is she ever not at least 3 martinis in? Holy.
He ended up, he was suppressed, he had to suppress so much. But he knew, and he took those risks, but we have to be clear-eyed. And it doesn't mean we don't see the beauty in everything, right? These things all coexist. But I believe we fight for something, not against something.
Like censorship. She fights for censorship. She fights for censoring people who dissent from her opinion, right? She fights for sex changes for children for some reason. I don't know. All I know is that the U.S. really dodged a bullet. She fights for open borders and not even knowing who the hell is going in or what they're going to do. She fights for not deporting like violent criminals. She's for that. I don't know. It's also crazy. Let's see. All right. That's it. I'm done. I can't do anymore. We'll have to hit that 30-hour mark on Tuesday. Let's see. Let's see. iCare says, until they eat your face. Are you talking about cheetahs there? Because cheetahs will definitely eat your face. Turtle says, Shane rocks. I think you're right. Let's see. Jesse says, Richie was right. Brick would not make me a video. What does that mean? Let's see. I don't know what that means. Turtle says, you shall not pass. Through Jida and Harris. Yeah.
You shall not pass!
Yep. Jesse says, I made an image that took me like an hour. It's in your X. It's beautiful. I know. I saw it. Or thank you for that, by the way. But it's in my, I can't get it out of my, can you post it on like your account and then forward it to me? Because otherwise I've got to, like, it's in the, I can't really show it. So if you can post it on your own feed, then I can show it. Mickey says, tell us how you really feel, Richie. Well, I did. Nawada says, fuck you, True China. Commie scumbag. Commie scumbag.
And that's nothing but pure and simple old-fashioned communism.
It sure is. OT Game 7 says, book recommendation, Sam Cooper, Willful Negligence. Okay. Let's want to check out. I got a book recommendation. It's called In Denial. It's I can't remember the name. I just read it just a little while ago. I'm terrible with authors' names. It's 2 historians. These are a couple of historians that actually ended up going to check out the Soviet files that were the Soviet, files that were made available to historians after the fall of the Soviet Union. Like 1991, they locked them back up again in 1995, I believe. But there was a period of about 4 years where Western historians could go to Moscow and look at all the old Soviet files. And they saw that, everything they had said about the Communist Party of the USA and its being funded by the Soviets and deeply involved in espionage against the United States, and basically wanting to turn the United States into an evil, communist, authoritarian, totalitarian state, just like the Soviet Union. All true. All true. But it's really, the book is about revisionism in academia around the Communist Party USA and modern historians, going back to the 60s, 70s, really when it started. The post-war period up until, the kind of late 60s, liberal historians were also anti-communist, but it's around that time that it switched, and they all became apologists for the Soviet Union. And of course, there was that going on too. Like the New York Times famously lied about the Soviet Union, famously pro the Soviet Union. But generally speaking, liberal and conservative historians were, in that post-war period, were generally speaking anti-communist. Not anymore. So, In Denial, good book. But history, denialism, Communist Party of the United States. It does, like, it gives you kind of an insight into how things have gotten to where they are now, and why people don't understand why Stalin was so bad, or Lenin, why communism is so bad. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. JDL says laughing hyenas seem happy. Laughing hyenas. Where did I just hear about laughing hyenas? Was that on the last stream? I can't remember now. My brain doesn't work anymore, people. Too much streaming. Let's see. Us and them, there is a benefit to the fact that Trugina actually has purpose. This purpose is to show people exactly what a piece of shit he is, and to be able to recognize it before he can fuck things up. Well, Trudeau is Canada's gift to the world, right? As our cautionary tale, right? Don't do this, right? This is what Canada has to offer. Okay, don't elect somebody like this. It's a big mistake. We had to go through it, so you don't have to. Let's see. Let me cut to the end here. Let's see. A spam bot's going on about Aaron Clary again. I like Aaron Clary. I watched one of his videos just the other day. I think he's good. Asshole Consulting. Let's see. Is he on Rumble yet? In fact, I was watching a video where I think he was talking about getting onto Rumble. I think. I can't remember. Somebody was. It's in space denial. And type in like communism or something. Search engine, you'll find it. Let's see. Nevada asks, Richie, how's your dog doing? He's great. He's great. The thing is, like, in the house and with me, with Princess Baloney, he's just a lovely little dog. He's a wonderful little guy. But outside of the house, he's just a total a-hole. He's like one of these little dogs that thinks that he's really tough, and he's just furious at everybody. Like, I don't know if he's just paranoid or what's going on, but he just hates everybody except us. So, I mean, once you're in the circle, in the pack, right? Once somebody's in the pack, he's all right with you, right? Then it'll be nice. And then he's lovely, like a lovely little dog. Great. But anybody else, anybody who's not in the pack, he just hates. He just hates, and he's just a jerk. Just a total little a-hole too. Let's see. Did you find the book In Denial? Maybe I'll see if I can find it. I'll bring it up on the screen. Hold on. Oh, ad. Let's see. Can we do an ad? No, they got nothing for me. No, they got nothing for me. Hold on one second. Hold on. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Actually, hold on a sec. All right, here we go. All right. This is the book here. In Denial, Historians, Communism, and Espionage. John Earl Haynes and Harvey Clare. So that's the book. It's good. It's dry. It's dry. I actually read like the first half of it, and then I went to the end and read the final chapter, because really halfway through you kind of know enough. And there was another book I wanted to get to, because it's, you know, it's the same stuff over and over and over, but they really go into it in detail. It's worth reading. It's worth reading the first half of it anyway. And then the conclusion. All right. What else we got going on here? Let's see. Spambot says he only uploads, you're talking about Aaron Clary here, he only uploads to Rumble the videos that YouTube deletes. I don't know why he does that. He should just download all of them to Rumble. I mean, Rumble's the future of this space, especially for channels like him. I think in the video I was watching, he was talking about how like his channel hasn't grown in like 2 years or something. Right? That's not accidental. That's not organic. That's on purpose. That's a function of their algorithm, is to do that to channels like his. So really it would make a lot more sense for him just to go into Rumble. I mean, that's the future. Let's see. Nevada says, I had a little dog who thought he was a German Shepherd. Well, that's what Mr. Snacks thinks. He thinks he's tough. Let's see. Streamer says, left it on the backyard, and it's funny. Small dog syndrome is real. It really is. Let's see. G Flood, In Denial, lying about spying. Well, it's lying about everything, basically. It's just anything, like any accurate description of communism, of like the Soviet Union, about whether the Soviet Union was funding the Communist Party USA, about whether they were involved in espionage, all of it, right? All of it. It's not so much that they're in denial. It's almost the wrong title, because they're not in denial. They seem to be clearly lying, especially after the opening of the Soviet archives. I mean, it just removed any doubt, right? Including about the crimes of the Soviet Union. I mean, they're detailed in the archives. Like all of those horrible things you've heard about, yeah, they're all real, right? The archives proved that. Care says, your little doggy must be a commie hater. He sure is. Made sure of it. I checked before I brought him in. We're not going to have no commie dog here. Let's see. OT Game 7 says, big difference between a republic than a parliamentary system. We're getting fucked over in Canada. Would have voted Trudeau out a long time ago. Would have been impeached in the U.S. Go MAGA. There's differences. There's pluses and minuses. I mean, I think constitutional republic appears to be the most functional. But there's some good things about parliamentary system too. But, one of the things about it is that we've been stuck with Trudeau for 9 years with, not a majority of the vote. with 33% of the vote. G Flood by General Haynes. Yeah, that's the book. It's worth taking a look at it. Turtle says I should finish my book on Obama, Manchurian President. I think I might have heard of that one. Rosie says advertise your own merch. Maybe we should do that. I don't know. Give me a second. Let's see. Okay. Let me see. Here we go. Let's see. Where is the link on my channel to the store? Oh. Let me make this a bit smaller. Here we go. All right. Well, it's not letting me see the YouTube store. I don't know. Whatever. Hold on. Give me one more second. I don't know if I showed you guys the new t-shirt, but probably it's a good idea to do this because why not? All right. All right, here we go. This is the Sticker Mule store. The YouTube one has a bunch of other stuff. So here you have the beautiful Kami gets nothing. Kami gets, look at that. It's gorgeous. Kami gets nothing. Beautiful. That's the new one on there. And here's the other one, which is a really beautiful shirt. As you can see there, I went crazy. That's the Radio Baloney head there. And I went crazy from the crazy news and all the commies around. And I had to be put in a straitjacket sent to a mental institution. Can you believe that? It's crazy, right? It's terrible what I've suffered. But you can commemorate it with a beautiful t-shirt. A beautiful t-shirt of your own. There's Sticker Mule. There's a link to it on my Rumble channel. There should be a link somewhere on my YouTube channel to the YouTube store. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, you can get that. You could get that for yourself. Kami gets nothing. 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 All right. Let's see. JDL says Trudeau's hair is faded, and so has his political life, his political aspirations. His hair was the major reason that he got elected. I'm telling you that right now. And I think a problem for, where is he? I think a problem for this guy, for Hobgoblin Carney, is that I don't know if you're going to have the same enthusiasm. I think there's going to be an enthusiasm gap between, the TrueAnon, the Trudeau cult that will still go out and vote for him, and this guy. An enthusiasm gap between Mr. Hair and Teeth and the Hobgoblin Carney. I'm not sure those, Toronto suburban wine mums are going to be that enthusiastic to vote for this, to vote for that. Not as enthusiastic as they were to vote for that cutie, Justin Trudeau. So I don't know. I feel like he's going to have a problem. I think he's going to have a problem. And the more people learn who he is, like when he declared he was running, it was like 15% of Canadians could name him. Like if they were shown a picture, could actually name him. Right now it's, I think, getting up to maybe like 40 or 50%, something like that. As they get to know him better, he's going to do worse and worse. And my prediction is, and I'm sticking with it, is that he will do worse than the Liberals would have done had Trudeau stayed. Because at least Trudeau had that
small fringe minority
that were, TrueAnon faithful. that he could count on who are definitely going to be motivated to go out and stand in line and vote for hair and teeth. This guy ain't got it. I mean, one thing about Trudeau is that he is a good politician. Like, he's great at lying. Right? He's a good liar. Right? Carney doesn't have it. I think it's going to be a problem. Let's see. Turtle says Commies vacuums were funded by USAID. Yeah, those vacuums that connect to, that can take over the network of your house, that are directly connected to servers in China. I mean, geez. Come on. What else we got going on? Commie AI vacuums. Spy vacuums. I don't know. Crazy. Dozen them says Obama did the same thing as Trudeau and he hasn't been impeached yet. I think Trudeau did a few things more evil and directly at individual people openly. It's like, fuck, yeah. He's just a terrible, he's a moral monster in my opinion, Justin Trudeau. Let's see. OT Game 7 says, G Flood, I hear you. Still not over until the fat lady sings. Trump is a generational wrecking ball. No wonder the grifters don't like patriotism. Let's see. So I heard something about this. G Flood, the Federal Reserve has refused to be investigated by the executive branch since Truman. Now, it's actually a private organization, the Federal Reserve, isn't it? So it's not actually a part of the government. I believe that's correct. Fact check me if I'm wrong. Nevada says, Commie gets nothing. Fire. Thumbs up. I know. It's great. I was hoping that one would fly off the shelves. Let's see. The guy pointing. Yeah, he's saying, hit him in the balls. This really is an unfortunate photo of him, isn't it? I mean, you could just imagine him like made out of like concrete on like the side of a cathedral, like a gargoyle. Let's see. Jay says a sociopath. Who are we talking about? Carney, Trudeau? The answer is yes. JDL says Gavin Newsom hair is still good. Sad. You know, that's the problem, right? That's the problem. He's still got great hair. And let's see. Other them says Carney going to do worse because Trudeau didn't do enough to ruin things. He is going to bring in the emergency acts and he's going to destroy the rest of what's left in Canada. I think that he's going to call an election quickly. Either there will be a no confidence vote or he will call an election quick. He might call an election before there's the opportunity for a no confidence vote. And then it won't matter what Jugmeat and the NDP do. I think that's probably what's going to happen. I'm sure he thinks that he's well positioned right now. He's certainly the best positioned he will be. The longer he's in for, the worse it will get for him. Jay says, I hate to admit it, but a good voice too. You talking about Newsom? Now, we all know, we've discussed it on the channel before. Newsom is clearly a vampire. In fact, let's do a fact check on it.
Fact check.
All right, hold on a second. We'll be there in 1 second. Here we go. What did I tell you? The Count of California. Clearly, well, somebody's altered this one a little bit. Let's go back. Hold on. Let's see. Where is the one that really shows that? See, this is the original one here. Is this my video? I think this is actually my video, this image that came up. Yes, this is my video. There. Who will replace Joe Biden? Is Gavin Newsom a vampire? See, look at that video. Look at that image there. Clearly a vampire. I'm surprised that came up in a Google search. Normally, like, you can't find anything to do with my channel. Let's see. Look right here. Look at that. Clearly a vampire. I'm going to say 800 years old. I'm going to say 800 years. Maybe 7. Something like that. He's clearly a vampire, though. I've always said that's why he's attracted so many homeless people to California, is because homeless people, you know, they kind of disappear. They're not on the grid. They could disappear and nobody would notice. Am I saying that Gavin Newsom is eating homeless people in California? Damn right I'm saying that. He's absolutely 100% eating homeless people in California. Change my mind. That's what I believe. And I think Gretchen Whitmer is a witch. And Gretchen Whitmer. And I think she hangs out with like, look. There's one that's really just shows her true self. Where is it? Which one? I mean, it's pretty much all of them, but there's one where she really is obviously a witch. And that's how you know that she hangs out with that. I mean, here, look at this. You're telling me that's not a witch? I'm sorry. That's a witch. She hangs out with Gavin Newsom too, because they hang out together, like creatures of the night. They hang out together, right? I mean, I don't make that. I didn't make that up. That everybody knows that. All right. And they see Nevada says total witch. Nevada says looks like a vampire. OT says Newsom is actually a Pelosi. Newsom is his mom's maiden name. Is he actually related to the Pelosi's? Because Pelosi is also some sort of monster. So, Spambot says 30 hours reached. I guess we can do it. I guess we can end it any time, but now I don't want to. Let's see. iCare says definitely drinks adrenochrome. Well, that's what Biden is doing. All that sniffing and stuff of the kids. He's just trying to see where he's trying to smell the adrenochrome in them, right? And then when he's like touching them and sticking his own, he's trying to figure out how they get the adrenochrome out, because they don't just keep him on a constant adrenochrome drip, right? So sometimes he starts jonesing for it and he sees a kid and he thinks, ooh, adrenochrome. How do I get it out? Rosie says, cool. I did not know we could fact check vampires. So many ideas now. I know. It's good. That's what I'm here for. Why isn't this showing? There we go. All right. I think we are going to knock it on the head pretty quick here. Let's see. Us and Them says, I believe the Emergency Act or the Wartime Measures Act. Well, the Wartime Measures Act is now the Emergencies Act. Yeah, so what it used to be called can stop an election, at least postpone it long enough until the threat is over and he's going to use it like Trump is. I don't think he's going to. No, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, maybe. Who knows, right? I mean, things are so crazy now that, I mean, nothing really would surprise, but I would be surprised by that. Let's see. I think he's probably delusional. I think he's delusional, right? He really thinks he's got a shot. I think he's going to call an election. iCare says, hangs out with Chelsea Clinton. You're talking about Gretchen Whitmer, who we have established is a witch. Let's see. So Rosie says Pelosi's nephew. So Gavin Newsom is Pelosi's nephew. Jeez. Oh, they're just a totally evil family. Let's see. Dave says Pelosi is Frankenstein's monster. Possibly. More like Frankenstein's bride, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, I think that's it, guys. I'm tired now. That's 4 hours on a Sunday night. We have fulfilled the 30 hours now officially that I had to do this month for to qualify for the new Rumble Partner Program. I'm already monetized on Rumble and stuff. It's a new thing, and I'm excited to get into something new. Maybe it'll help my channel. I have no idea. I love Rumble, but the thing is, its discovery is not great, and it's hard to get new subscribers. I do, and but it's more of a trickle, right? I actually get a lot more on YouTube. It's just that YouTube will just suddenly arbitrarily decide to cut off 95% of my views for some reason for months at a time. So Rumble is the future, and I really, really want Rumble to grow badly, and it is. It's growing. It's growing slow, but so maybe this thing will help it. Will help it out. I know the nice thing about Rumble is that they don't fuck with my channel. Like, all my videos get around the same views. The clip videos or the from scratch videos I do. I'll usually get the occasional one will jump up and get like 5,000 or something. Not often. The live streams always get about the same, So I've got that same audience. My audience is not being hidden from me, right? You guys aren't being hidden. So the people who want to be a part of this, they can, right? It's not like YouTube. But it's just difficult to expand that, right? Because again, it's just not great discovery. And, search isn't, it's hard to be a smaller channel and get seen in search if you're looking for a topic. So, but that'll get better. They're working on it. I love Rumble. I really want to just keep putting in a lot of work on Rumble. All right. JDL says, take care, everyone. Turtle says, get it, Richie. Ike says, congrats, Radio Baloney. JDL says, good show. Well, thanks, you guys. You guys have been very good. Well, the chat is basically half the show now. It's just an integral part of the show. So it really wouldn't be the show without you guys. So I want to thank all of you guys because you keep showing up. Amazingly, you guys keep showing up. So totally against my expectations. So I appreciate that. Rose says, nice show. Great to hear from so many. See you Tuesday. We had a really lively chat tonight, which is great. All right, everyone. Everybody have a great night. I hope you had a great weekend. You have a great start to your week, and we'll see y'all on Tuesday. Goodbye, everyone, and thank you.